we go. Okay. You remember going into Blockbuster and like seeing the new release movie and on the shelf and being like, oh, it's here. They got that movie. I'm so excited. And then you go and every box has nothing behind it. And you're like, damn it. They are sold out or rented out or whatever the terminology is. What a crushing feeling that was. You know, I don't love all the things about the streaming era, like the lack of ownership of digital products. But there is something to be said that when the new thing comes out on the internet, it's like just available. Kind of love that. Kind of love that. Okay. Bell says I missed Blockbuster for snacks and foreign DVDs. Yo, the snacks at Blockbuster were for real. There was like this weird sense of disappointment when you went into Blockbuster and you were like, you know, your parents were like, you can get a movie, but we're not buying any snacks. That was like my entire life, by the way. We never got snacks at Blockbuster. I only got snacks at Blockbuster when I had a babysitter that night. We got delivery pizza, a movie, and like the big pack of Twizzlers from Blockbuster. It was great. It was so good. Are they gonna have Looney Tunes in Fortnite? I don't know. Maybe, that'd be cool. I feel like they've had Looney Tunes before. Caretaker says I got to choose either 2 movies or a game and a movie and 1 snack. That's an okay choice. Video view, Soflif says, and later video update. The Canadian enters the chat. Yeah, no Blockbuster there. We used to have a bunch of, I mean, remember when there were video stores and there was like all sorts of knockoff, like Blockbuster was just the one. But Blockbuster is to what movie stores were as like Domino's is to like delivery pizza, where there's just all the local versions and then there's like the chain, you know? Belle, I'm glad you got the package. Oh, I started YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Welcome in. Do y'all miss Blockbuster? I don't really. I miss that era in many ways. But anyway, hello, if you're watching on YouTube, welcome in. Please like and subscribe. Today we're doing a cooking stream. It's live. If you're not watching it while I'm live, you missed out. You can hit the subscribe button and then I think there's like a bell or something, like a little notification thing that lets you know when the stream is live. I'm usually live twice a week during weekdays about noon Eastern time. Anyway, we are going to be doing some cooking today. We're doing a couple things. One, we're doing a recipe test. So I work on recipes. I'm a recipe developer and tester. I am working on a very simple recipe for like banana whip. You might have heard it as like banana ice cream or banana cream or whatever. There's plenty of ways to refer to it. So we're doing my version of that today. I have a version 2 or version 1 recipe of that. And then we're gonna test that and see how it goes. Then we're going to turn our attention to dinner, which is going to be salmon sandwiches, not salmon burgers, but salmon sandwiches. Those are by request from my partner who recently was like, can you make salmon sandwiches, please? And I was like, sure. Her requirements for that were like pan done salmon, a brioche bun, and some sort of greens, either like bib lettuce or microgreens. I am going to add a couple of more options to that because I want a little more on my sandwich, but that's going to be her sandwich. I'm also going to make some bacon and a sauce to go along with that. I'm gonna slice up a tomato. And then to go along with that, because that doesn't take very long to make because it's just pan-seared salmon on a brioche bun, we're gonna do French fries, like homemade French fries. We're going to cut the potatoes. We're going to par cook them in a pot of boiling water, and then we're going to deep fry them. So it's gonna be a production today. We're gonna get to all of that. And first, before we do that, I would like to chat a little bit about a couple of things that we made, changes that have been made on stream. So if you are watching live, you will notice that there are there's chat on the side here, or even if you're not watching live. If you're watching the video of the VOD on any platform, Twitch or YouTube, you'll notice that there's a chat box or chat pops up on this side of the screen. That's new. Not the chat is new, but I'm using a different service for that. By the by, Bellanisma, I noticed, this is from Nutty, his like scrolling chat or multi-platform chat thing. In his video that talks about the installation of the multi-chat widget that he developed, your name is in chat, which is funny. I was like looking at it and I was like, hey, I know that person in that chat that's on that YouTube video I'm watching. Anyway, this is a new multi-chat widget. I have, it's got a couple different things. You'll notice that there are, there are user icons on it. There's also platform icons on it. So when and if we get chats on YouTube, they will also show up here in this little area of the screen, because Twitch just recently said, you know what? We can have multi-chat on the visible on screen. It's fine. So that is a change that we have implemented. We were talking about Blockbuster a moment ago. Sorry, and we're gonna get back to that now. That is it for the YouTube intro. Hello, now we're live. If you're following on YouTube, please like, please subscribe. If you want to chat, you have to be subscribed for more than 5 minutes. And if you are like, what's happening? What are you? Who are you even talking to? On the video, here's the chat from what is being said. If you're watching on the vertical stream, I'm sorry, it's not on the vertical stream yet. I just haven't implemented it on the vertical stream. Sorry, that's like literally how it goes. That's next. Hold on, let me write that down. Chat on vert stream. Okay, cool, we did it. We did it. Anyway, Blockbuster was always in the city. I lived in a suburb though for a long time, and we had it out there too, but we were close enough to the city that I think it was like some spillover. Catastrophe, you made good zucchini chocolate cake. Fuck, that sounds so good. Your hearts are accurate. You probably need more of them if I'm being honest. I'll skip the peanut butter icing, but I'm good on the zucchini cake. That sounds great. Peanut butter kills me. Maybe I'll do that with sun butter. Practice says I've not ordered pizza for delivery in eons. Basic pizza dough is easy to make. It is easy to make. That's true. But if I want pizza now, delivery is also available. Hot and ready, as they say. My issue is when I make pizza dough, I have to wait 48 hours for it to be ready. So if I have a craving for pizza, then I'm like, I often have a craving to make pizza. We do delivery pretty regularly. I would say we get food delivered once every like 2 weeks, which was about twice a month. And occasionally we get pizza. Mostly we don't though, because I can make pizza. I agree. Pizza is easy to make. Teriyaki salmon, I love that. We're gonna have leftover salmon today. I bought a bunch because I want to be able to freeze it and use it for other meals. Sometimes I chat when he's offline and unintentionally when he's making videos. It was funny. I was like, oh, I know that person. But I think he was testing like the multi-chat widget. And so like, it was like, there were people chatting in it. And I was like, hey, Trina Alexa on YouTube. Hello. I like the horizontal better. Anyway, valid. I am slowly updating the all of the vertical stuff. We're gonna do on the vertical stream. The next update is going to be adding chat to the vertical stream. I want to have a persistent chat window. I should ask y'all: do you like that the chat disappears, or would you prefer that it stayed there? Like that it just was always on the screen, like from here down. Like, I like that it goes away. I do. Because I'm not always responding to like what's right there in chat. I'm usually like a little behind. And I don't want it to be the whole side of the screen, because then it just is, it feels like a lot to me. I don't know. I'm happy to like try a little of both and see what works. Okay, let me go over what we actually did on updates today, though, because I do want to like clarify. Well, not clarify. Tardis says I kind of like both. I like when it's on the screen, but I only like when it's on the screen always if someone is multi-streaming and is getting chat in on other channels. If I'm watching on Twitch, I just watch the Twitch chat. Same thing on YouTube. Tundrella, I know it's you on YouTube. I'm just responding to the name in chat. Paul says I like that it disappears. Camille, you like that it disappears too? I kind of do too, because if it was just, the only thing is this is sort of a dead space on stream, usually. So I wouldn't mind if it was there all the time, but I personally don't, I'll be honest, y'all, I don't want to see it in my instance of OBS. Cringy Dragon says I'm on the opposite side of the world, so the photons are probably exhausted by the time they run here. When the chat bubbles appear, the rest of the video goes out of focus for a second or two. Interesting. That's wild. They're not connected, or they're not related in any capacity. I'm not sure why that would happen, but that is odd. If you're, I do know if I like move the camera sort of auto focuses, and it might be me moving my hand too. I can't figure out how to make it say $200. She says, well, I know who you are. It shows a mod icon next to your name. So it's got to be one of 3 people, and the other 2 have the same name. 9, hello, welcome in. The other 2 moderators on YouTube have the same YouTube name as they do on Twitch. I'd be like, is that a bot? Who the hell did I mod? Okay, let me share some of the things that we updated on stream. So we're just gonna go through these. So I updated my command for my friend Megan. There's a link to that in chat. That also now posts on YouTube, because it's one of those things that when I talk about it, I want it to post everywhere. I just welcome in. Hello. Good to see you. Some of these are old. We added the meow command meow. That is for random cute cat meows. That is a sound command from Cyborg K Chop. That is, as all sound commands are, except for hi and bye, that is a subscriber command. We added a science command.
I do science.
Here, have another one.
I'm sure that whatever is happening can be explained by science.
Yes.
It's science.
That is a command from request from Microwave Fudge Darling. We added 2 folks to the community live channel. We added Quilpy and Mom Noms, those are Community Live is posted in Discord, so there's a link to the Discord in chat. If you are a streamer and you are part of the community that hangs out here, I would love to be able to post your stream when you go live. Let me know. You can post that up somewhere in Discord, please. If you are 9, I should add you to that as well. I think you're already part of that. Darlene, hello, welcome in on Twitch. Good to see you. Not and Getty, welcome in. Not and Getty, thank you for the offline bits. I was like, what the hell is happening? I was updating my stream computer and it played a bits alert sound. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? Where did that come from? It freaked me out because I wasn't looking at chat, but I had the bot on and I was doing like updates to OBS and the sound came through and I was trying to figure out why the sound happened. Because I was like, why? Why? And then it did. Velos, you can. You can. I added a command for our friend Kat, who was on in stream recently. We made Kat's cookies, 2 of Kat's cookies. Kat Lu, she is the author of 108 Asian Cookies, this cookbook. It's really lovely, and we're going to make more cookies from this again soon. The cookies that arrive for Cookie Club are in fact from that cookbook. We did a bunch of partner work for YouTube because we made YouTube partner. Hello, hello, hooray. We made YouTube partner, we added all my account info, my payment info. We set up gifting, we set up super chats, we set up shopping, and we set up memberships. The memberships mirror the ones on Twitch. So, for example, if you are a tier 2 subscriber on Twitch, you get to use the sound commands for free. We'll talk about that again in a moment. You get to use text-to-speech commands for free. And we'll get to that again in a moment. If you're a subscriber, period, you get to use the sound commands. If you are a tier 3 subscriber on either Twitch or YouTube, you get free cookies every month. If you're a tier 2 subscriber on either Twitch or YouTube, you get double your Cookie Club entries. So, 9, I think that Kat sells that cookbook off of her website. If not, I would recommend going to bookshop.org and buying it there. I did a bunch of work to research how to make chat work on YouTube the way that I want it to, for commands, for sounds, for scene switching, etc. So I did a bunch of that. We created and implemented a bot account on YouTube. Eat It Dad's bot now exists on YouTube. I updated a bunch of quick actions. This is an admin thing for me on my end. So if you are being a dick in chat, I can now time you out and ban you much easier on both Twitch and YouTube. All I got to do is hover over your name and click the thing that makes that happen. I also created a delete message quick action for Twitch. So if I see something that someone posted that I don't really want to look at in chat anymore, I can just delete it without having to go to the Twitch admin panel. I added all of that to my chat window dashboard. So that was lovely. You'll probably guess which stream that happened after. I updated sounds, commands, and all of our counters to function via YouTube and Twitch, which included lots of troubleshooting and testing. So now you can use sound commands on YouTube. If you are a YouTube member, you can use your check-in command, and you can also do like Command Obi or Command Ash on YouTube, and it will count. We figured out why the stove camera wasn't working and fixed it. I updated the power management on my computer. I dropped the resolution of the stove camera. I added all of the sounds on stream to a separate blocking queue, which doesn't mean much if you don't use StreamerBot. What it functionally means, though, is that if like 4 people put a sound command in chat at the same time, they won't play over top of each other, because that happened recently and it was a cacophony and awful. Then I updated and organized my admin to-do list. I added a command cheesesteak command to the stream for when people come in and they're like, Did it work? Hey, it did. Twinderella is now Twinderella all across the internet. Congratulations. I added the command cheesesteak because people come in to chat and they're like, where's the best cheesesteak? And honestly, y'all, I don't eat cheesesteaks. 1. 2, I have an answer for that and you're not going to like it. So, command cheesesteak if you want. On Twitch, 9 says I send folks to Bookshop all the time. Yeah, I love bookshop.org. I have an issue with them sometimes when they do, their packaging is sometimes really awful. I've gotten books from there that had like their spine all busted up. It's been interesting. Yeah, Mike, the admin stuff. It's something I had on my list to do for a long time, and then I was like, well, as I'm literally struggling to ban somebody from my own chat, and I'm like, I don't know how to do it. I can't. I have to click through like my browser window, and I just don't want to do that. I just thank you for your sub. I appreciate you. Thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, we love a Prime sub. Hey, Ray, nice to see you. Welcome in. If you are on Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to this channel for free. For free. There's a little star or there's a little crown on your screen. If you're on the horizontal stream, it's under my finger right here. Click that. Also, if you hit the subscribe button down below, you can choose to use your Prime membership to subscribe to this channel for free. You can get subs, you can get your emotes, you can get your sound commands. You will get a Cookie Club entry if you do that. So I'll wait. I just thank you for using your Prime sub here. I appreciate you. Sammy says Italian roast pork is better than cheesesteak all day. Hell yes it is, and I agree with you 100%. 9 says I have a friend with a bookshop in Utah. Yes, order books from your favorite bookshop. They'll send them to you. Boris, welcome in. Hello. Kathy says super easy to do and then proves it in the very next message. Thank you, Kathy, for your Prime subscription. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. 9 says I almost always give my Prime to Coverville, but this one thinks yours. And I will take it. Thank you, 9. I think did I gift you a sub to there, or did you ask for a gift sub to there at one point? I feel like I know. I sent someone a gift sub to that channel. I don't remember. It might have been you. Hype Train. Hey, we had the whole little sound go through. That was in the last round of admin updates. Cheesesteak spring rolls. Cheesesteak spring rolls are good. The problem with cheesesteak spring rolls is I'm not sure how many of them I've eaten. Honestly, I'll be like, did I just have 7 of these or like 25? I just thank you for your bits. Cheers to you too. Broccoli, thank you for your sub. I appreciate you. A Prime resub. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If you're on Twitch, there is a Prime button right here for you. You can click it and it will sub you to the channel. You don't have to pay a thing. I get money. Daddy Bezos, I get like less than a quarter of an eighth of a tenth of a fucking second's worth of Daddy Bezos' money. So like, damn the man. Anyway, Twitch is owned by Amazon, so cool. Let's keep going with our updates. We added a separate blocking queue. We organized the to-do list. We added the cheesesteak command. I added an OBS stream or OBS scene for when we do words on stream. If we want to do like an away situation where I like need to let the dog out for a few minutes and, she's like nosing at the door. Anyway, it looks like this. It's basically just, it says, I'll be right back. There's words on stream. You can see the chat messages on the bottom. It's super straightforward. So we did that. Where was I looking from? There we go. I added, if you now, instead of using Stream Dump, this is for Liz, one of our moderators who often who's very like on top of whenever I'm like, I need to remember that. She'll be like, I can't figure something, like I can't like this, I don't remember the thing that moves it to Discord. Anyway, just command remind space text will now also dump to Discord. Liz, hello, Liz. Can we move words and stream up so it's not laying over I'll be right back? Yes, we can. Hold on. Oh, let's do that right now, because here's what will happen. I will, hold on. Where is words on stream? Raw. There it is. Okay. And nope, this is the one. There we go. All right. It should be better now. There's a shard. The nomenclature of my nested scenes is good. It's good. Nine, I'm sorry you have a sick kid at home. That's oof. What a like fun way to spend your day. But Liz, yeah, you were like, hey, can we get like command remind for that? So that works now too. I removed all the brackets from the command command cat because that's also in chat now. That wasn't linking to anything. You couldn't click it on mobile. Here's a big one. This is a big one. This took a lot of work. This took me a long time. I converted all of the text-to-speech commands for Tier 2 and Tier 3 members on Twitch and YouTube. They're now running through StreamerBot. They were running directly through SpeakerBot before. Now they're running through StreamerBot, and there's a reason for that. The reason is that I wanted to be able to add the command, the hey listen thing beforehand. So, and then seconds later,
Dad said, hey, listen.
We get the TTS command. So if you're a Tier 2 subscriber on Twitch or on YouTube, you can use the you can use the TTS commands for free, and now they work the way they're intended to. I created a webhook that will send a message to Discord whenever there is a raid, whenever someone gives bits, whenever someone gifts subs, and whenever someone tips or purchases merch. I think it's because the comment's right beside the link. Okay, hold on. We're gonna. This is good. Thank you. And I can fix that. That's an easy one to fix. EHK Twitch message. YouTube by default. This message is that. And okay. Oh, nope. Try it again. We fixed it. There might be a delay on that command. Works. Good. Let's see. Is there a built-in delay for the TTS Morgan command? Oh wait, that's the action. I don't know why that didn't work. It does not work. I know that you're a Tier 2 subscriber. It might, let's see, cooldowns 0. It should work. Tier 2 subscribers, it should work. It does not, the TTS does not work specifically for moderators. I probably could change that. We added a couple new sound commands. Here they are. There's one that does Cookie Monster sounds.
Oh, Cookie, really?
There's one that does math. There's a math sound now.
I'm not sure. I'm afraid we need to use math.
That one's really good. This one was for Gwen. Gwen requested this one so that she can, so that whenever I put mushrooms in things or like make things that she doesn't like, she can use this sound in chat.
You ruined everything, you stupid bitch.
Anyway, that's for her. I thought that was funny. There is this one because I thought that it was really funny. It's Bobby Hill. I don't know when I'm going to use it, but
I'm a little worried about being a slut.
I thought that one was cute and funny, and Bobby Hill's great. What did we do? What was the other one we did? Oh, this one. This was for Jordy Flower, who shared this video in chat, and I thought it was funny because I'd never seen it before, and I grabbed the sound.
I sit around and cook some soups and eat bread and desserts and just get all fat and sassy.
Anyway, that one was really funny, and if you want to know what sounds are available to you as a subscriber, you can put command sounds in chat, just like I've done, and it will come back with all of the sounds that are available to you to use in chat. So we did all of those sounds. I set up the multi-platform chat view through OBS through nutty.gg. Thank you, Nutty. I appreciate you. That now shows YouTube and Twitch chats on stream. I created 3 separate multi-size chat overlays for horizontal scenes, implemented the new overlay on all current OBS scenes. I added a Stream Deck button that turns off the chat in case I don't want it on the stream. Sea Monster, because I think it works for both. I think it works. It should work for both. The one that is pulling from the, yeah, it does. It works for both. Sea Monster is the primary command.
Can we have a cookie?
So Liz, for reference, that sounds command is pulling data from StreamerBot. I don't program that. It's automatic. So if it's on that link, or if it's in that list when you put that command in chat, that is the, that's the accurate one. There's a bunch of ones that have multiple different ways that you can trigger the sound. For example, ha and LOL both work, but LOL is the primary one, if that makes sense. Ha and haha are also available because it's something that someone might use. Just like remind and stream dump are the same, although stream dump is the primary. Okay, so I added the Stream Deck button to turn chat off and on. I updated all the auto actions for turning all sounds and graphics to include the new chat window as well. So when I click turn off all graphics, it will turn the new chat off. I turned off the Stream Elements chat window because I'd rather support Nutty. Yay. And also his chat overlay was better. The last thing I did, which is super cool, which I was doing today just before stream, is this. I implemented a Be Right Back clips player. I have a Be Right Back screen that's just a straight up BRB screen. I also have a screen for when I'm doing the blender, right? When I'm hey, I need to use the blender for 5 minutes and mute my microphone. I can turn this screen on.
As I've aged, it's wild to me because it's
and it'll work.
You hear someone was born in the born
so
in
I'm
the
here.
90s,
This is me. I'm live.
Oh, they're young.
I'm wearing the
You're
same
no,
hat
not anymore.
in this clip.
Not anymore.
And anyway, so that works.
Calvin just asked me if
that works. So we have a BRB screen. We also have a loud noises screen. And then I moved that video player to play during the intro, during the starting soon part of the stream. So those are the updates. Those are the updates from the past 2 months. So to be fair, I didn't do all of that in the past couple days. I did the chat overlay and the video player in the last 4 to 5 days. There's other things that I want to get done, but honestly, those were big, as I saw them, were sort of big rocks on stream. Those were things that I've had on my list for a long time. That BRB player has been on my list of things to do for literally a year, at least a year, which is great. It took me less than an hour to actually implement. So kind of funny. Anyway, those are all the updates. Now let's figure out what we're doing on stream today. After we've been live for a literal hour. Great. What we're doing on stream today is multi-part. I have my potatoes over here. I'm going to get those over so that I can put them on the screen, and they are part of the decor. There we go. We've got potatoes and taters and tomatoes over here. What if I put that right in front of the YT? It'll be, there we go. Oh, yeah. Cool. Okay. If you're on the vertical stream, you're like, what are you talking about? Anyway, let's get, oh man. Tatsu, hello, welcome in. We're gonna plan, let me like just sort of go over what we're doing today. So we're gonna do the banana whip first. Banana whip. We're gonna do the banana whip first. We are going to, so Broccoli, when you do the run a prediction, there needs to be some options with it. So what Liz is asking is, if you have a prediction, like, what do you want it to be? Like 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or ranges, so that when the poll gets set up, they can put like two to five options in the poll itself. That's sort of the question. You all you need to do is put that information in chat. Okay, so we're gonna do the banana whip first. It is like doing a poll. Yeah, and one of the things that I would like to do, I haven't implemented this, is when you put that channel, when you click that channel point reward, you have to enter text. You don't, like you do currently, but I would like it to have the text that's entered get rendered into a Twitch poll and have that just post automatically. I can do that with the bot. I can definitely do that with the bot. There's just a lot of like programming to do that I don't know how to do, so that I'd have to figure it out. Okay, so we want to do the banana whip. I have a recipe for that, and we're going to do that to completion. Let's look at this recipe for French fries. I have a recipe that's for perfectly thin and crispy French fries recipe from Serious Eats. It calls for 2 pounds of russet potatoes peeled and cut into 1/4 by 1/4 inch fries. Keep the raw potato sticks submerged in a bowl of water after cutting. 2 tablespoons of distilled white vinegar, kosher salt, and 2 quarts of peanut oil. So we're not doing peanut oil. We're doing vegetable oil, which is also fine. Place the potatoes and vinegar in a saucepan and add 2 quarts of water and 2 tablespoons of salt. Bring to a boil. Boil for 10 minutes. Drain and spread on a paper towel lined rimmed baking sheet. Allow to dry for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, heat the oil in a Dutch oven or large wok. We're going to use a Dutch oven. Add 1/3 of the fries to the oil. Temperature should drop. Cook for 50 seconds. Repeat with the remaining potatoes, allowing oil to return to 400. Okay. So we do that. Allow potatoes to cool to room temperature about 30 minutes. So we do need to fry the potatoes and then cool them. Continue with step 3, or for best results, freeze potatoes at least overnight or up to 2 months. 2 months? Shut up. We're not freezing these for 2 months. We're eating these like immediately. Continue with step 3. Return oil to 400. Fry half the potatoes until crisp and light golden brown. So you fry them once, you let them rest, you fry them again. So I think what we should do is drain in a bowl lined with paper towels, season immediately with kosher salt. Okay, so here's what we should do. We should do the banana whip, then we should start the potatoes. So we should do the potatoes up through step 2. We'll do potato prep, which is getting them up to we cook them, we cut them, we cook them. Cut them, we cook them, we cool them. Cut, cook, cool. So we cut, cook, cut, boil, fry, cool. So we're going to do the potatoes all the way through those steps. Then we will prep, and because then they need to rest. They need to like rest for, it says 30 minutes up to 2 months in the freezer. I don't know. We don't have 2 months. What I think I might do is put them in the freezer to cool, and then we'll freeze them. We'll just cook them from the freezer. Okay, so then we're gonna start our salmon stuff. So we'll make the bacon. We'll do the bacon. We'll do the sauce. The bacon and the sauce are pretty straightforward. We'll also prep the salmon. Then we will then we'll do the second fry. Wait, so we'll prep the salmon. We will prep the other stuff. So the tomato. We'll prep the buns too, because I'm going to toast those. Then we'll do the second fry. Then we'll cook the salmon. Because cooking the salmon is literally the last thing to do. Then we will assemble. Well, the nice thing with this is if my timing doesn't work out quite right, I will end up, I'm gonna finish like one sandwich and we'll have that on stream. But then depending on the timing towards the end of stream, Calvin has karate tonight. That ends at 7. We're gonna finish that. He'll probably be back around like 7:15. So if the timing doesn't work out quite right, if I'm finished early, that's not going to happen. Probably. But if I am somehow finished before then, we'll make one sandwich and then I'm going to wait to cook the rest of the salmon until they're finished at karate because I don't want it to be warm. Everything else can just sit there and be fine. And then like the fries can just stay in the oven on warm. Okay, so we have a plan. Do we have music? Is music going on stream? It's not. Why is it not? Is it playing? No. Okay. Moon Dice, welcome in. What is... Okay, the music player has decided to crap out. It wasn't working earlier. I had to force quit it, and now it's like decided that it doesn't want to play at all. That's fine. Let's. We're gonna terminate. Oh, in the task manager, my thing just gave me an option. It says terminate pretzel and its descendants. Like, that's aggressive. That's pretty aggressive. Anyway, music should be back on now. For anyone who's like, where'd the music go, Lou? You know, I had the thought, if I'm gonna freeze these, I could do the potato prep first and then freeze them and let that all happen, put them in the freezer, and then they would freeze longer. But it says at least overnight and up to 2 months. Like, if they're not frozen overnight, I don't know that there's a reason to like do that. Okay, and I want to get the recipe thing. I want to do this. I want to get this out of the way. So we are going to stick with our plan. I immediately was like, what am I, let's change. Anyway, this is the plan today. Banana whip, potato prep, bacon, sauce, prep salmon, prep tomato, prep the buns, fry the fries, cook the salmon, assemble. That's the plan. We're going to start with the banana whips because the banana whip is like fully separate from anything else that we're doing. This is a recipe I'm working on for the next couple months. I'm not working on it for the next couple months, but I'm not sure when it's coming out. It's like a beginning of summer thing. So this is like, 2 months ahead. I'm making a few small changes to this based on my testing from last time. And also just in general, I want this to be a little more palatable to a general audience. So we're going to try something a little different today with this. And if it doesn't work, then we're going to try again. This is something where I can just, this is basically a single serving thing, and I'm going to make it or it's a 1 day type of thing. You can't really store this very well. So I'm fine making it over and over because I enjoy it and I'll eat all of it. I don't give a shit if anyone else wants it in the house. While I'm over here, I'm going to get our Dutch oven out and move my cast iron pans off the stove. I am going to do the salmon in cast iron. Actually, no, I'm going to do the salmon in a stainless steel pan. But I want to get this onto the stove. I'm just getting things out of the cabinet while I'm sort of in the get out of cabinet mode. We have a little bit of oil from before. Let's see. These are 2 things of vegetable oil. Both are on second uses, so this will be probably the last use for these. One was for what did I use this for? Tortillas. Oh, I fried the tortilla chips in those. So second use for those. 9 says replacing a freezer gasket is much harder than the tutorial makes it look. Oh no. Oh, good luck with that. Good luck, honestly. I've been meaning to replace the gasket on the the washer recently. Recently meaning like the past couple months of like I should clean that or replace it, and I just haven't, and it's getting worse and worse. I feel you. I hope it goes well. Yeah, broccoli, stainless steel is good for pan frying. I was thinking for my purposes that I want to be able to like slide it out of the pan a little easier. And the pan that I have has like nice rounded edges to it. Yeah, just the cast iron is great, but I'm sort of like, this is a like high heat. It won't stick to the steel because I'm going to preheat it. So I often use the cast iron instead, but we're going to try something different today. Does this work? Yes, it does. Great. So we got to get out our ingredients. The last time I made this, I used 5 bananas. I'm going to use 4 today and just see how that works because these are a little bit larger. I think we're going to try something different. Try some different. Not different approach, but the last time I made this also was when we roasted the bananas in the oven. And these are naturally ripened. I have six bananas here. So we're going to start this process. These were frozen. I popped these in the freezer yesterday morning. They're just on the tray. So they're like fully ready to go. Let me wash my hands real quick because this is a this is a hand thing, and I haven't washed my hands at all this stream yet because I haven't cooked anything. So let's do that first. Oh, bacon and hash browns. Yeah, cast iron is really good for so many things. I use it all the time. I'm excited. I'm gonna get my I have a couple cast iron pans that I actually haven't used for years, probably 2 years, because they have like really not like the seasoning on them is sort of busted in a few spots. I'm seeing a friend of mine this weekend who I see like once a year, and he refinishes cast iron pans. There's a link to his Etsy shop, I think, in the links on Twitch, in the Friends of the Stream panel below. I'm seeing him this weekend, and I am going to ask about getting those pans refinished. And I'm probably going to send him several cast iron pans to like completely redo. Now, I could do them myself. However, one of the nice things about having someone who does this as a hobby is like, he'll do it, and he's very good at it. And I don't need to like fuss over it. I'm going to send him a couple of mine, and then my friend Drew has a few that he wants to have refinished, and he was like, can you do these on stream? And I was like, I could, but like, I'm going to send them to my buddy who's like going to do better than I will. 9, he will, so his Etsy shop, you can like submit and have a quote or whatever. Like, you can send him your stuff in the mail. I'm gonna send him the pans in the mail because I'm gonna see him in person, but he's not gonna be home. Like, we're both gonna be in a location where neither of us live. So I'm not bringing him like 10 pounds of cast iron to lug home on the train. So, okay. So we have 4 bananas, 137 grams, 4.85 ounces. I'm weighing these first. So I have like a weight by the each and then a weight for the total. So I said we're going to do 4. These are larger bananas than I had last time. The last time they were like 90 to 100 grams. These are 120. This is 126, 4.5. So these are larger, significantly larger bananas. So they will end up being about the same. Okay, so 4 bananas. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 531 total grams. That is 18.75 ounces. Now, I wonder what volume bananas that come in the store are frozen in. So, like frozen banana bags, what are they? 6 ounces? Are they 20 ounces? I have no idea. Yeah, 9, shipping is definitely costly. Shipping cast iron is costly. I think he is in I know he's on the East Coast. I believe I know he's not where he used to live, but he's on the East Coast. So if you end up signing up, he'll tell you his address. Sofa says 600 grams. Perfect. Okay. That's actually a good, that's about, I mean, these were 531. So if you added 70 grams to this, it would probably be okay. Okay. Good to know. Thank you for that bit of info. one of the things that I love, I don't always order through Instacart, but I do source ingredient sizes and like volumes and things like that through Instacart, because you can just see basically all the different versions of the same thing. You don't need to go to the grocery store. I don't do that for pricing because pricing is different. Pricing is different in the app. But I do it for sizing. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're going to add all of these. So directions on this are super easy. Into a food processor, combine all ingredients, process for X minutes until smooth. So the one bag at Walmart is 600 grams. Perfect. That is ideal. Okay, 600 grams. You know what? Yeah, we're about there. This is 530. So, you know, I'm still just going to go with 4 bananas here, but I am going to note that those are about 600 grams. All right, so these chunks are about 1 inch, a little over 1 inch. That one's 1.5 inches. Yeah, I'm just gonna say 1 inch chunks, because I don't want these to be too small either. Last time I cut all of these up and they were very small, and I think that affected it affected something. I don't know. I'm doing it the way I always do it now. Last time it didn't quite turn out the way I liked it, which is why I'm doing a little bit differently this time. Okay, so the other thing that I want to add here is a little bit of salt. I didn't add any salt last time, and I think it makes a difference. Like, it's just a little bit of a difference. I want to add literally 1/8 of a teaspoon of salt. Like, just enough to be like, oh, there's a little bit of salt in there. I'm going to try it after that and see if it's too much. If it's too much, I'm just going to take it out completely. Because if 1/8 of a teaspoon is too much, there's not a smaller measurement that you're going to get, right? 9 says using it over the fire is the perfect seasoning for a cast iron pan. Yeah, I want to do that. I would love to do that, but I also, I think what I may do is if I don't end up sending them to my buddy to get redone, I am going to probably do that over the Memorial Day camping, when I know that I have a long amount of time outside, and I can sort of like dedicate some time to do that. I would like to do that though. I want to add a 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla extract. I added a whole teaspoon last time, and I think it was a little bit too much. So we're going to say 1/2. I'm also going to add a 1/4 cup of heavy. Actually, this is 1/2 and 1/2. We're going to add a 1/4 cup of 1/2 and 1/2. Yeah, that's good. You always got to smell it first. Even if you think it's good, just smell it first. The 1/4 cup of 1/2 and 1/2 does 2 things. I think heavy whipping cream would probably be better here. But the heavier, the better, because it adds a little bit of like whipped cream element to the whole thing, which is really nice. And then I'm going to add a little bit of sugar to this. We're going to start with a teaspoon, and we're going to mix it and see how that feels. Ultimately, I think I could add honey to this as well if I really wanted to, or maple syrup, but I'm just going to add like literally a teaspoon of straight up sugar. Yes. I was like, is that sugar? Let's check, because I might have just ruined this with a bunch of salts. No, that's sugar. I did use milk last time, and it wasn't as good. It wasn't as good. It needs to be something that you can whip into whipped cream, which is 1/2 and 1/2, or ideally heavy whipping cream. But Bellis, you have cast iron pieces? He loves it. He has a whole setup that has like the electrolysis, I don't know what the right word, electrolysis, electromagnetic, whatever. He's got a fucking bucket with a bunch of liquid and jumper cables attached to it that like rips all the stuff off the cast iron. He does like the bucket, then he does a vinegar soak, and then a scrub, and then the bucket. It's like a whole thing. I've purchased 2 cast iron pans from him and have used them for years, and they are still perfect. Like, they're still perfect. He's done such a good job. He sources them from like flea markets and antique stores, like yard sales, that kind of thing, refurbishes them, and then sells new stuff on his website. So it's actually kind of nice. If you make bacon in it, it resets. Yeah, it definitely does. My problem is that the ones that I have too much built up. And it's like thin in some spots and really thick in others. So I need it to like strip down completely. Because I've tried building up those spots, but it doesn't work very well. I thought about putting them in the oven while the oven was on. I thought about soaking them in like oven cleaner. I've definitely scrubbed the hell out of them with Barkeepers. That didn't work quite right. So if you overwhip heavy cream, you made butter. Yeah, it's true. If you overwhip heavy cream, it's still good to put on pancakes. I do love an enameled Dutch oven bellows though. Those are, I use the enameled one all the time. It's great. How much does he charge? Honestly, Bellows, no idea, because I've never had him redo pans for me. I've only ever purchased new pans from him. Yeah, I've never actually had that done, so I'm gonna ask him this weekend. Okay, let's try this. We're gonna whip this and see how it goes. We're gonna do this for like 3 minutes or so. Timer. Where's my timer? There it is. It's in the wrong drawer. I probably put it there. If you remember, send me the link to his website. It is in the description down below on the profile panels. There is a link to it in the Friends of Stream panel. His Etsy shop is called New England Cast Iron. Okay, so let's whip this in the thing, and we'll do. Let's hit the start, and we're going to start. There we go. So it does take a couple minutes to do. You can't really do this in a blender. It doesn't work very well. I've tried. If you don't have a food processor, you really can't make this, which is annoying, but also that's just kind of how it goes. Eventually, it all blends. The reason you can't really do it in a blender is because it's the food processor is kind of wide and things fall back inward, whereas with the blender it's like tall. Maybe you could make it in like a Ninja with the blades that kind of go throughout the column. I've never actually tried it in a blender. I've only ever made it in a food processor. Well, we're at 1 minute right now. It probably sounds kind of robotic. I don't know if the sound of this thing is coming through or not. Eventually, what happens is it all just kind of falls in. The dries sort of fall in. Let me see if we can do. What about this view? What if we zoomed in like that. There we go. So this is sort of what it's looking like inside. We got the bananas, and then there's some whip. There's like, this is the whip part. And the bananas are sort of falling in. They're kind of like, it's all getting there. We're at 2 minutes and 20 seconds right now. Eventually, what will happen with this is all of these banana chunks, the hard chunks, will come together in basically a big ball. And it'll start sort of spinning around and getting smaller and smaller. And you'll see that on the screen when we get to that point. So this takes, the last time I did this, it took 3 minutes. We're at 3 minutes right now, but the chunks were also smaller. So this is just whipping. It feels cold to the touch. Still, that's ideal, obviously. You want it to be cold. It's supposed to be banana whip. It's still hitting. Like the blades are still slicing and slicing. 3 minutes and 20 seconds now. And you can see in some spots here, like this little white chunk that I'm pointing to is whip that is bubbling up in between. So this is pushing the bananas down. I think I'm going to scrape this down. I haven't seen a lot of rotation in here. It looks good though. What's coming up looks really lovely. All right, so let's do a little scrape. We'll do one scrape around the outside here. So if this hasn't changed or started rotating a lot more at 5 minutes, I'm going to scrape, and then we're going to, then it will definitely do that, because I'm going to consolidate all the bananas into a large ball. But you can see the whip coming up, and it looks really nice. I don't want to process it for too long, because then it'll just get warm. Okay, that's 5 minutes. So we're going to open this up, and I'm just going to press all of this down. So Tatsu, this is half and half frozen banana chunks, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of salt, and a little bit of vanilla extract. Mostly it's bananas, just frozen raw bananas. Okay, so there's that. We're going to turn this back on again. And that's kind of what we want. I want gaps. Like, see how there's a gap here? I might press this down one more time. Oh, hold on. Are we starting? Yeah. They're really vibrating. The vibrating is good. That means they're starting to spin. So this ball, as it's coming around, we have like basically a big frozen chunk that's spinning around and getting smaller and smaller at this point. Okay, I'm gonna stop that real quick and just kind of spread this out again. So I think my note with this is if you don't see the bananas moving consistently, like falling and kind of changing positions, scrape it down. There we go. There's that big ball that I was talking about. See how it's like a softball rotating around in there? Hold on. Let me wipe this off and you can see a little better. There's like a softball looking thing kind of rolling around. When that's gone, this is ready. Because that blade is spinning a lot faster than that ball, and it is just breaking it apart, breaking it and breaking it and breaking it. And it's getting smaller and smaller. And I think I'm going to break this thing apart one more time. There we go. All right, this will be the last round. This is looking really, really nice. I don't want chunks in here though. Like this is supposed to be quite smooth. A few small chunks are okay, but like a big frozen chunk of raw banana is not ideal. And you'll see eventually this center column here, like we've still got kind of a chunk circling around. When it looks relatively smooth, that circle looks relatively smooth, then we're finished. Just about there. Okay, now let's see. Are chunky? No, I got one little chunk in there, and that's okay. But this is ready to go. This is ready to go. Maybe. We're gonna taste it first. Let's come back out and we're gonna give this a taste and see how it is. And then we'll be, oh God, I have so many notifications on my phone. La, da, 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 da. Oh, hold on. I had, no. Okay, sorry. Some folks from different areas of life are texting me. We do not need to respond to that now. Okay, let's see how this turned out. Dear Lord, that is so good. Just that little tiny bit, a little extra bit of salt. You can't really taste it, but you can tell. It's like when something's salted, you can tell when it's salted. Oh, sheesh. That is delightful. Okay. Okay, I need to do something here. I need to scrape this out into a container, and then I need to weigh it, and we'll portion it. I think this should make 2 or maybe 4 small portions, maybe 3. I'm not sure, but we're gonna do that right quick. I realize I'm a little bit behind on the chat, and we'll get back to that in just a moment. As this is a frozen concoction, I kind of want to get to this. I kind of want to get to it, get it into a container. This is also something that you don't really make ahead of time. It doesn't freeze very well. Like if you've ever had soft ice cream before, it's very much like that. And it just doesn't, like you can't really store it. This is a make it and eat it the same day, which is why I'm only using like 4 bananas as opposed to like if I was making a big container of ice cream, I'd probably want a lot more than what this makes because you can freeze it. I actually don't really truly know if you can defrost it because I've never had any leftover. I've tried to freeze it before. It doesn't really work. It's just been a big solid chunk and it doesn't, yeah, it just doesn't really work. At least to my previous experience. Okay, but let's get this out. And let me see how many ounces this is. So it's 18 ounces of bananas, which is a little over a pound. About 530 grams. Total is a little more than that because we had some other ingredients in here, but not that much. Okay, so let's see. This is a total of 19.8 ounces. So total 19.8 ounces. How many grams? 561. And so if we consider that 4 servings of this is about what I think this is, that's about a half cup per serving. This is about almost 4 cups worth, or this is a quart container. So let's do 561 divided by 4, 140 grams per serving. 19.8 divided by 4 is about almost 5 grams per serving. So let's assume that your bananas are maybe slightly larger than this, slightly larger than mine, and we'll do a 5 ounces serving. 2, 3, 4, 4.5, 4.8, 4.9, 5 ounces. I'm gonna pop this in the fridge just straight away. I'm gonna take a photo of this because this is quite good as it is. I think if I made this again, I'd be very happy with it and I would not have any complaints. But this is a 5 ounce serving. Serving 5 ounces. Okay, we're gonna eat this. I'm gonna eat this while we're chatting, while I catch up, because I saw there was some chats came through while the blender was on, while the food processor was on. But this is super easy, and I'm like, yeah, I've made this forever. This is a very sort of a very common thing that we eat in the house. This is what it looks like. It melts pretty quickly too, but there it is. So I'm gonna eat this. I'm gonna eat a serving of this because I wanted it. I've been looking forward to it. Let me, where's my mouse? There it is. Let me scroll back up here. Yeah, Tatsu says the blender needs moisture. Yeah, the blender does better when it can cycle the liquid through. The food processor kind of relies on things falling back in. So it's just a bit of a different process. Although I've never tried this in a larger blender or like a Ninja blender with blades that go all throughout the column, the container. So, yes, caretaker, you made brownie waffles. second egg. Okay. Excellent. I love experimenting like that. What is your end goal? Are you trying to make like just everything edge brownies? Or are you using them as a base for something else? Brownie waffles with ice cream on them would be top tier, because the ice cream would melt and would get in the little waffle holes, pockets. You're vibrating bananas, yeah. When they're vibrating, you know that they're circulating. And broccoli, I hate cleaning out the food processor too. It's you can put it in the the dishwasher, which I usually do. Cookie butter, hell yeah. Good luck. Good luck with the new food processor. I hope it works. Having some Greek yogurt and honey. 9, I love that as a snack. One of my favorite snacks is yogurt because it is so fulfilling. Oh my God, this is so good. This is the best version of this that I've ever made. This, what I just ate right here, is better than any version of this I've ever made. This is the first time I've added salt to it. Damn, that was good. Damn. Okay. I want to try something actually. Now that I have that container and I have a little bit left over and my family is not in the house right now to eat all of it, I'm going to put it in 2 separate containers. I'm going to put one of them in the fridge and one of them in the freezer. I'm going to leave the one in the fridge for, let's see, it's 14:30 right now. We're going to leave one of them in the fridge until later, and then till later tonight, and see what happens with that. And then I'm going to leave one of them, I'm going to put one of them in the freezer until tomorrow, and then I'm going to try to defrost it and see how that works, if that works. I actually don't need 2 containers, I just needed 1, because that one is because it's already in one. I can just use that. Okay, I'm going to put this one in the freezer and this one in the fridge. And we'll put this back in the cabinet. And let's put some lids on that because that would be a good idea. Okay. And obviously, you gotta lick the spatula. But this is I like this because I almost always, with this recipe, generally when I'm making it, it's I've had bananas in the freezer. I usually use rotten bananas, like really brown, like done bananas, like bananas that are like, whoa, we can't eat those. The ones that the family looks at and has rejected, I peel them and put them in the freezer, and then I make banana whip out of them, and they love it. So, you know, it's my little secret. Anyway, it's something good to do when you're like, you know, I love banana bread, but I don't want banana bread today. What can I do with it, you know? Okay. Bellis, you sent him a message. Good. I'm glad that you were in touch. I'm going to see him this weekend, and I'll be like, I can get the lowdown if there's more info. We'll see. 30 wontons, Tatsu, that's like a serving. That's like 1 serving. I was hanging out with my friend James over when I was up in Toronto, and they made a bunch of like dumplings, and I ate an embarrassingly large number of dumplings, and I wasn't actually embarrassed, but yeah, caretaker, you had to cut bananas from your diet. That is sad. I do love me a banana. Are they too sugary? Pile of ripe bananas. Moon Dice, all you need to do is freeze them. Really, they like, I think the last time I made this, I cut the bananas up into like small pieces and froze the small pieces, and they froze pretty quickly. So I feel like that would be a good way to go. It tasted different this time because it was, because these were, I think it tasted different because I think that actually ripening them as opposed to baking them there's certainly something different in that process, right? Unfiltered honey, broccoli. Yeah, completely. I love honey. I think honey would probably be better in this. I just used sugar today because it was like, I don't know, because I did. Because I did. Oh, a stuffing waffle moon dice? That is legit. That is legit. Broccoli, you prefer unripe green bananas? That is a take. I like a firmer banana when I'm eating. I don't want them to be green, but I don't love it when you open them, they sort of like start disintegrating. That's not that great. Ripe to overripe bananas have too much sugar. They sure do. That's why you don't need to add really any sugar or much sugar at all to this, because they're super sweet to begin with. Okay, so you want to blend these about 5 minutes. Scraping I would say every minute. Bowl is last. I'll know what that means. And serve immediately, it says. Yeah. Yeah, basically that. Okay, I feel good about this one. This is a super simple one, but I feel like this is a recipe that I could get hung up on. Like, the flavoring of it is different based on how ripe the bananas are, based on basically based on how ripe the bananas are, it will taste very different. So like, I almost want to make this again with bananas that are not very ripe, that are like 1 brown spot bananas as opposed to like 10 brown spot bananas, because then I would be able to say, you know, if your bananas aren't super ripe, you're going to need to add, you know, more sugar, essentially, is sort of the thought. Okay, banana whip testing is done. We have done that part of stream. Cool. That only took almost 2 hours worth of stream time. Whenever I'm like, I don't know if I have enough to do on stream today, I have to remind myself that I do. It doesn't really matter what it is. We're going to open this can of soup and warm it on the stove like 2 hours later. Yeah, seriously though. Leftover stuffing for waffles. 9. Leftover stuffing is key. You have to have leftover stuffing. Stuffing is like the best part of those big holiday type meals, right? Okay, we're going to start on our potato prep now. And to do that, we're going to read the directions. Yes. More bananas contain more potassium than senior citizens need. Your mom insists you have one every day. It's having that feels like the doctor just being like, listen, just have some fruit. Like, I think that's a parent thing. Every time with Calvin, I'm always like, just eat a piece of produce. I don't care what it is. That's why I take him to the store now, so he can like pick out the produce that he wants. Place potatoes and vinegar in a saucepan, add 2 quarts of water and 2 tablespoons of salt. Bring to a boil. Okay, so I want to put these into, when I cut these, I want to put them into a saucepan with salt. So it says 2 quarts of water and 2 tablespoons of salt. Now that's a specific number. So I'm going to see what 2 quarts of water looks like, because I don't think it's all that much in the bottom of this pan, honestly. It just doesn't, 2 quarts of water is not that much. I forget how many quarts this whole pot is, but yeah. So we do need to boil these. I'm gonna do, let's do 3 quarts of water, because I don't think they'll fit otherwise. I don't think the water will come over the fries otherwise. It might. Okay, so we're gonna do 3 quarts of water. We'll add a little bit more salt than it calls for, and I think I have more than 2 pounds worth of potatoes, so that's also fine. Place potatoes and vinegar in a saucepan. Add the 2 quarts of water. And save a little salt. Bring to a boil. Okay, so do I need to... It says to put the peeled and cut... keep the raw potato sticks submerged in a bowl of water after cutting. I don't think I actually need to do that, right? Can I just put them in the pot? The pot has water in it. I think I'm just going to put them in the pot. I don't think I need to have a whole separate bowl. That seems unnecessary. Let's see. 9 says, last year I made a shrub with leftover cranberry orange relish. Oh, hell yeah. I love a good shrub. I had cantaloupe that we bought at the store as opposed to stealing it or growing it, I suppose. We had cantaloupe recently, and I took all the guts from the cantaloupe and the like scraps from the inside of the rind and made a simple syrup out of those, and it was really quite great. Okay, so this is 2, almost 3 pounds. So I'm gonna do a little more salt. Well, we'll see. Let's do 1 potato at a time. Because what I tend to do is I'll peel all of them, then I'll cut 1 and be like, oh, I really didn't need that many. But this says it serves 4, and I kind of want to have some leftover fries. So we're gonna see about cutting these into. We'll see how many fries they consider a serving, right? Oh, pork chops. I haven't had a pork chop in so long. It really has been a very long time since I had a pork chop. I actually don't know when the last time I had a pork chop was. I don't eat a lot of pork, generally. Sausage. Pork sausage I'll eat, but like just pork chop, period, I'm not, I don't really ever eat them. I did when I was a kid. I feel like I had a lot more pork chops when I was a kid. I don't know. I feel like my dad made pork chops. All right. We're peeling. And we're gonna cut, it says cut these into 1/4-inch slices. Now I could use the mandolin for this, but I don't really want to. I kind of just want to cut these the way they are. 1/4-inch by 1/4-inch fries. So these are supposed to be thin fries, like quite thin. Is that a 1/4-inch? That's about a 1/4-inch, right? Yeah, okay. Good. My sense of what a 1/4-inch is about right. Now they might be a little thicker than that, but that's okay too. Moondice says I ate stuffing and pork chops last night. The garlic cream sauce. I love garlic and cream. Those are 2 like good flavor combos. Garlic and like sour cream is a really delicious combination for a dip. I like garlic powder too when I'm making a cream sauce. Not necessarily like raw garlic. I just feel like it incorporates better. All right, so we got some fry. These are all pretty good looking. Some of these are a little thick. So I think I'm just gonna go, I think when I drop these into the pot, I'm gonna set aside the ones that are still a little thick. And we'll cut those separately. So I want them, I want them all to, when I fry them, I want them all to be roughly done at the same time. Bruno says the raw garlic made it look chunky. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I mean is like, it's a smoother sauce if you use garlic powder, but obviously I think I prefer the flavor of regular garlic, raw garlic a little more. When I'm making sauces, I usually use the powder just for the consistency of it. Kebabs for Easter, okay. That sounds delicious. I love kebabs. Kebabs are a lot less hassle. Kebabs are super good. They're such an easy meal. I love that you can also cook them really quickly. Like if you make a bunch and you can kind of, you don't have to cook all of them at once. You can just kind of like, oh, people want more. You know, if you make a couple extras, like you can just throw those extra ones on the grill. Kebab, the stuff that comes off of the kebabs too is nice because then when you're finished and you have leftovers, it's like, you have like an ingredient that is just well cooked that's already like chopped up and sort of ready to go. I'm just thinking about like, you know, if you don't eat it all, what do you do with the leftover? Like you just slide it off the stick and make it into something else. It's like a soup right there. Just toss it all in some broth and then you got yourself a soup. All right, these fries are looking good. So I do think that 4 potatoes is probably the right amount here. That's like 1 whole potato worth of fries per serving. So I think we're gonna stick with 4 because I've got 5, but I don't think we need that many. Especially because I'm actually cutting these to be smaller and not like big steak fries. Okay, yeah, and we're doing 1 potato at once, fully processing a potato. Peeling, cutting, soaking. This is going to take way longer than actually making the sandwiches. And the sandwiches were the thing that Gwen said she wanted. So they're also the thing that we're going to cook last today. I love a sweet potato fry. I am not making sweet potato fries today. These are russet potatoes. So these are like fries. I've made sweet potato fries before, but today, like my line of craving for this meal is the fries. Gwen's is the sandwich. So I was like, what kind of fries am I going to want today? Like what's going to be the most satisfying for me? And it's honestly, it's not going to be sweet potato fries. I want these to be crispy. Like I actually want like crispy French fry style fries today. God, pumpkin is so good. We got I got a pound cake or a piece of a pound cake at the bakery recently, and Gwen had asked for it because I said like, oh, we're going to stop at this bakery. on the way home. And Graham was like, you know, or Calvin was like, do you want anything? And she was like, pound cake. And we got her a piece of pumpkin pound cake. And she was like, isn't this just pumpkin bread? And I was like, kind of the same thing, right? Aren't they kind of the same? Pumpkin bread and pumpkin pound cake are basically the same. I think the only difference is like the amount of sugar, right? I was referring to the kebabs. Ah, okay. Got it. I thought you meant sweet potato fries, and I was like, yeah. They also take a little bit longer, honestly. But no, that makes sense. I've never had a sweet potato in a kebab. That sounds lovely. But the bakery that we stopped at was one that we've been stopping at for years, and they closed. It was their last day on Sunday. They've been around for like 20 years. It's not going to be, it's sad because we stop there regularly, but only because like it wasn't a destination per se. It was just on an extremely regular walking route that Calvin and I take. And they have pastries. So like, obviously I'm going to stop there. But they closed up shop. They're like, no, we're not doing this anymore. They sold their business to another local bakery. So like they're going to have their products at farmers markets now, but they're going to be baked by someone else, which is different. I'm not sure exactly how it'll work, but one of those like end of an era type of things. Sort of sad, you know what I mean? Okay, that seems like a lot of fries. We have a lot of fries in here. Now, is this enough fries? Or do I cut this other potato up? I think I cut this other potato up, honestly, because it's not going to be that many more fries. And I'm going to be disappointed if there's not enough. I'm going to be disappointed if there's like just enough. I want there to be extras. So I am going to go ahead and cut this potato up. Also, what am I going to do with one potato? I mean, I can think of some things, but one potato is not a lot. One potato is sort of a sad potato. Make hash browns for one. Wah, wah. But also, hash browns for one sound great. I'd eat those too. But let's cut this one up anyway, because it's not going to be too much more work to fry that fifth potato. And what if these turn out to be really, really, really good? Extra fries never reheat up to snuff. Yeah, but 90% of a reheated fry that was good is still pretty good. I think it depends on the process. If you put them in the microwave, certainly that's true. Like anything, I think reheating stuff is an act of patience if you want it to be good, and usually involves the oven. But fries are tricky. Agreed. All right, so we have a pot full of fries. The air fryer is so fluffy. Man, I continue to orbit really close to buying an air fryer. I think about it. I think about it often. And where was I? I saw one the other day to buy. And I was like in a position of being able to purchase it and being able to like take it home. And I didn't. And I kind of regret it. But I also like kind of don't, because like now I have it and now I don't have it. And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, we need to set this to boil though. Place the potatoes and vinegar. Add 2 quarts of water and 2 tablespoons of salt. It's a lot of salt. It's a decent amount of salt. All right, let's get my salt. La 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 la. Where's the salt? I bet it's under this towel. It is. 2 tablespoons of salt. We're going to add a little more than 2 tablespoons because I added a little more than 2 pounds of fries. So we'll do 2.5 tablespoons of salt. And the vinegar. How much vinegar? 2 tablespoons of distilled white vinegar. Do I even have distilled white vinegar? That's not a valid, I mean, to that question, I know that I have distilled white vinegar. I just need to know where it is. It is in this cabinet? No. I have a bunch of it. Where is it? Oh, I know where it is. Oh, here we go. I was planning on using this to clean the cast iron pan, so I got a bunch of it, you know what I mean. The air fryer is way faster than the oven. Yeah. Clearly. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So we have the vinegar, we have the fries, we have the salt. Bring to a boil over high heat. Boil for 10 minutes. Potatoes should be fully tender, but not falling apart. Okay, so we're gonna put this on the stove. Hold on, we're gonna do some stove, we're gonna do the stovetop shuffle. And we're gonna put this on the stove right there. We're gonna turn this to high heat. Whoa, boom. And we're gonna bring that to a boil. When that boils, we need to set the timer. For how long? 10 minutes, it says. Okay, so it's not boiling yet. Drain and spread on the paper towel and baking sheet, allow to dry for 5 minutes. Okay, so when these are finished, it says paper towel lined baking sheet, but we're going to put these on a towel period lined baking sheet, and we will let them dry, but that's still a little ways away. The first round of frying, let's heat up. I'm cleaning up right now. So what I'm gonna do first, before I do any of that, is clean up my counter and just get ready for like the next step here. So we cut. We're going to boil. We're cutting. We're on the boiling step next. Then we will need to freeze, or not freeze, dry. Cool, that's the right word. The word I'm searching for is cool. Okay, let's finish cleaning up. I think I'm gonna finish cleaning up and then I'm gonna take a quick break. We can play a game of Words on Stream. I did not put the clips viewer on the Words on Stream view yet, so we can do either a clips viewer or we can do a Words on Stream break. I'm going to throw the stuff in the dishwasher while we do that. After I finish cleaning off this counter here, then we'll get to that part. We have, yeah, paper towel and baking sheet. Okay, so I need to get let's get a big sheet pan out. We might need 2, honestly. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put these on the cookie sheet pans because I don't wanna have to end up getting a second sheet pan. And I'm pretty sure one of these is gonna be big enough for those fries. So, Rocky says you can clean your cast iron with vinegar? Yes. No, hold on, pause. The answer is no. The vinegar, you can strip your cast iron with vinegar. I got the vinegar because my intention was to put a bunch of vinegar in a bucket or in like a dish pan, put my cast iron pan in it and let it soak for like 2 weeks to strip all of the seasoning off of it down to the raw iron. So can you use vinegar to clean it? Yeah. Should you? No. You should not. The vinegar I wanted it to be very caustic and have it be like completely stripped down. I did not do that yet. Depending on the situation with my buddy and getting some pans over to him, I may or may not actually try to do that. But I got the vinegar so that I could. The salt with a little like brush is great. That's ideal. I use soap to clean mine, generally speaking. I think the soap is fine. Like Lodge cast iron tells you to use soap in your cast iron pan. Like, I mean, they're like, use a little bit of soap, rub it with a sponge, rinse it clean thoroughly, dry it, and then re-oil it. So, Cringing Dragon says acid and caustic are opposites. I did not know that. Vinegar is an acid. Yes, and regardless of that, the vinegar will strip the seasoning off of it over a period of time. I was thinking of doing that, and then I remembered that my buddy does all that, and was like, oh yeah, I should just send it to him because he does the electric thing that like really strips the stuff off of it. It depends. It depends on sort of whether or not I get around to actually mailing him a bunch of cast iron pans, which I know I've talked about on stream before and obviously haven't done. So the likelihood of me actually doing that before trying to soak one of them is probably pretty low. I'm definitely going to try to soak one of them because I did get the vinegar and I would like to do that with the vinegar. It is certainly a goal. Okay. Okay, I did that. All right. Okay. We're quite literally waiting for water to boil. So let's take a quick words on stream break. I'm going to put up a game of words on stream. We will, I'm going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you're not going to get any ads. If you are on Twitch and you want to hear what I'm saying during that time, there's a link to YouTube in chat. All right, so let's put up a game of words on stream. Hold on. Let me pull that up and open the actual tab. Where is it? There it is. Hold on, I have it opened multiple times now. We don't want that. Let's just make the only tab the one that I want. Okay. You're the one that I want. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, I want to put the camera on the sink so y'all can maybe see what I'm doing if you're interested during that time. But I do have chat up and visible on my screen. So little heads up, if you are on Twitch, we are going to run a 3-minute ad. I'm very sorry, that's how it is. We will be back in a few moments, but if you are in chat, either on Twitch or YouTube, it's a good time to get your first time chat out of the way. If you are a first time chatter and you pop something into the words on stream feed, I'm not going to like call you out and make a big deal out of it. I want to also note for the record and for whoever's listening, if you're lurking, 1, thank you for your lurk. I appreciate you. 2, follows are always silent on this channel. So if you hit the follow button, same thing goes for subscribing on YouTube. If you hit the follow button, there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you and ask you a bunch of questions. You will not be perceived in any meaningful way that other people who are watching and chatting in the stream are going to be able to experience. What happens if you hit the follow button? You just follow the channel. And if you want to chat, great. And if you don't want to chat, great. That's also lovely. I personally enjoy lurking on streams. So if you're also anxious about like first time chats and you're lurking and just hanging out, please feel free to throw a first time chat into the Words on Stream chat, and know that it is it's gonna get seen, but we won't make a big deal out of it. Okay. All right. Let's change the lighting on my my camera there, because it looks real wonky. There we go. All right. Here comes the game of Words on Stream. If you're unfamiliar, you're going to see some letters at the top of the screen. You type words that you find in those letters into chat, and whether or not they're words, the internet will tell you. All right, here comes that game. If you're on Twitch, we're going to get a 3-minute ad. It's coming up right now, and we'll be back in just a moment. Okay, 3, 2, 1, ad.
Hi, welcome to another
All
edition
right.
of Commercials I Hate.
All right, we're going to load up the dishwasher here. Ah, shit, I have to empty the dishwasher. Oh, no, no! I forgot. I emptied the top rack of the dishwasher during the starting soon screen, but then the timer went off, and I didn't empty the bottom rack. So we gotta get moving here. That's okay. Mostly what's in the sink is going in the dishwasher, so that's good, but bad because I don't have anywhere to put it. So the dishwasher's got clean dishes in it, which is nice, but also, you know, kind of annoying when you were expecting to add dirty dishes to it. Anyway, if you know, you know. Okay, but I'm going to put these away real quick, and then we'll get to loading. I'm letting the water heat up so I can pre-rinse some of these dishes, because they don't always get super clean. I know you're supposed to just put the dishes in the dishwasher, like with whatever crap they have on them, but then I feel like the bottom of your dishwasher gets all crappy. Oh, yo, was that a board? Was that a board? Good job, y'all. Good job. All right, we've moved on to the loading phase here. Now, there's also cat food cans in the sink. Yum / yuck. I'm gonna keep an eye on these fries, because what'll happen is they'll start boiling and I won't realize it, and then I won't know how long they've been boiling for. And then they'll be overcooked, and I'll be sad. Okay, we can't put the blade from the food processor in the dish pan, because then we slice our fingers off, which I don't really want to do today. You know, I've cut myself on stream, but I've never injured myself badly enough that I had to stop stream. I don't want to start today. And I'm pretty sure the food processor blade would make that would make that streak come to an end. So let's not. And we'll say that we didn't, because we didn't.
It's over.
Hey, if you were on Twitch, thank you for your patience. Welcome back from your ad break. We're finishing a game of Words on Stream. And then we'll be back. But we're doing some dishes here. I'm just getting got everything loaded in the dishwasher. I would have had time to do all these dishes too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Hey, was that a board? It was a board. It was a good board. When we finish a board of Words on Stream, we do another one, even if the ad break is over. Because, you know, just like at real work, when you do good work, you get rewarded with more. Not that Words on Stream is equitable to like a salaried job, but you know what it is. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. That's 158 boards. That's pretty good. April 2025, almost a year. That's a pretty good record, y'all. I'm impressed. Have we really had that counter live for a year? God damn, it feels like that counter just started like a week ago. It feels like I started streaming like a week ago. I can't believe I'm almost at 4 years of having done this. It's kind of wild to me, honestly. I had no idea that that's where... I had no idea I'd still be... Actually, no, that's not true. I had every idea that I'd still be streaming. I just... 4 years goes by in a hurry. I don't want to get real nostalgic about it, but it does. Broccoli says I'm bowing out. Fair. Listen, this is, you participate at will. All right, water is almost boiling. I can see it. It gets that little like haziness right before it hits the boil. So we're almost there. Last guesses, get them in. Get them in. And still finds time to track me on my water usage. Yeesh. All right. Well, that's pretty good. I got 2 knives left to do. Y'all want to do one? Can we do one more board? I know that we didn't finish that one, but if we could do one more, that'd be kind of amazing. Because then I'll be able to finish the dishes that are at the sink, and that is always, it's always really nice to be able to like completely hit reset on the dishes. Especially since I haven't actually started doing any cooking today. I have. That's not true. Oh no, I did. I started the fries. Right. Okay. Sorry. I was like, did I do any cooking today? I did. We have started. I'm wrong. All right. But that is it. We finished the dishes. Or at least the ones that were dirty already. Beautiful. Okay. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay. Are there dishes over on the table here? No. I'm walking over, I'm looking down in the living room because I feel like there's always like a plastic bowl sitting somewhere in the house that is like not dishwasher worthy, but is also not in the sink, which is annoying. No, okay. Elsie's here though. Elsie's bringing me a, Elsie, are you over here? Where are you? No, she's gone. She ran. She ran. Oh, here she is. Oh, baby. Yeah, hold on. We're going to say hi to Elsie. Let's exit and come here. Oh, baby. We have a cat. Hold on. I'm going to close the dishwasher. We're boiling. Okay, we're boiling. Water's boiling. We're going to start 10 minutes. Start. It says boil for 10 minutes. Here she is. Look at her, the baby girl. This is a baby cat. What the hell are you looking at, girl? She is looking at, she sees something. She's looking at something. This is Elsie. She is a calico. Elsie. Okay, listen. She wants something. Elsie stands for little calico. LC. And she is not having it right now. No, she pissed. She pissed. You pissed. She's pissed. She wants to get down. Okay, go ahead. Is it a fly? What are you looking at? I'm looking at where she's looking and I'm not seeing it, but it might be a fly. She'll be back. Oh my God. She's here in spirit. You can't really see it. It doesn't show up. Maybe it shows up on stream. I don't know. If you full screen it and zoom in, I'm sure you can see that I'm covered in cat fur. Okay, potatoes are boiling though. A timer has started. So let's give these a little stir. And once these are finished, we're going to start heating. Yeah, give these a little stir. We'll start heating our oil. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, Broccoli, 2 of your elderly cats died within a few months of each other, and you're down to one Russian blue. Were they of the same litter? Were they roughly the same age? I had the very morbid thought the other day that when these three cats are all from the same litter, like they are triplets, and I mean there might have been more of them in the same litter. We don't know. But all three of them were from the same litter. And I was like, what happens later? What happens later when there's like, you know, anyway, they're almost a year old. I've been having that thought a lot. I've been having the thought a lot lately. What happens post animal with our dog. Sorry to, I don't want to be a downer, but she's ancient and is not, you know, she's aging. She's aging quicker, it seems like. When these are done, tender and not falling apart. Spread on the paper towel and baby sheet, allow it dry for 5 minutes. Okay. All the same age. Okay. All approaching 20 people years. Damn, those are old cats. Yeah, I think sort of once they've hit 15, they're like elderly, right? What is elderly for a cat? What are different elderly animal ages? Because like some dogs live to be 18, 20 years old, right? Some dogs are like, their lifespan's like 10 years. Like the big ones, like the really large dogs, I feel like have shorter lifespans. And then like the little ones, some of them are just like, they're like forever. Smaller dog breeds tend to live longer. Cringing Dragon. Yeah, that's my understanding too, right? Like the little fluffy ones, they just like, once they hit like 15, they're just like the same forever after that, which is great. I know we have some folks in chat who have older, or have had older small dogs. I know cats' lifespan is anywhere like 15 to 20 plus years. So it's fascinating to think that there's like, oh, these cats are like just about a year old. I'm like, oh my God, when they're like elderly cats, like I'm gonna be old too. Not that old though. I've had the thought before. I'm too old. I'm too old now to own a bird. Like I would never buy a bird now. like the long form birds, like the ones that live like 60 plus years. Like I would not outlive the bird. Say, I'm also, Calvin's too old to own a tortoise. That's an awful thought. Let's not dwell on there. But yeah, it's funny because the other day I was like, Gwen mentioned, she was like, oh, we're going to the pet store. I was like, as long as you don't come back with a bird. A Chihuahua Corgi mix, Camille says, 18. Okay. A friend's cat passed at age 25. Damn. Adopted in high school and passed when your friend was in her 40s. That's incredible. That's so, yeah, it's like, it's funny. The other day I was like, I've had this thought recently where I was like, oh, when I was a kid, I had a cat, and then that cat passed like my freshman year of college, and my freshman year of college, or my sophomore year of college, a friend of mine who I'm still friends with got a cat, and that cat within the past year just passed. So now I'm basically on like cat number 3 of like lifetime cats. Like Gwen and I got cats when like right after graduating college, and both of those cats passed already. So I'm like oh, I'm on the 3rd round of cats that have been acquired as kittens and passed as old animals, which is wild to think about. Cringy Dragon says we did some irresponsible stuff to get toy breeds that small, right? Yeah. Dogs are weird. Dogs are really weird. Dogs are so wild. When you watch like a dog show and they're all like the best of breed, it's like, oh, they've just been bred into this thing. Like they're bred to have this very specific physical trait about them. Shelters consider a cat to be a senior when it hits 7. Wow. Okay. Slow in her dotage. That's a very lovely way to put that. His cat made it into her early 20s. That's wild, Broccoli. 20 is a really ripe age for a cat. That's I don't think. No, not my cat growing up, and not the 2 that Gwen and I had after college. None of them got to be 20. I think 19. I think 19 was the age. Let's check one of these potatoes. Fully tender but not falling apart. That's the goal here. Fully tender. Yeah, yep. Okay, we're there. There's a minute left on here, but I think we're good on these, because by the time I get them all out and onto this tray, we will be, they will be in the water. So I'm not, I don't need to let them boil for 20 straight minutes. We're gonna get them out and put them on a tray now. So let's get these out of here. I'm gonna use my spatula. My fish spatula, which will make an appearance later. Carly, hello, welcome. Hey, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. Good to see you. Welcome in. We're in the process of making fries. So once I've got these out of the pot, I think we're going to reestablish what we're doing here via a little bit of a recap. All right, that was my timer, my 10-minute timer going off for the fries. So, Carly, thank you for your sub. I appreciate you. The spatula. Never heard it referenced like that. That's funny. This is also the worst possible way I could get these out of here. Somehow this is the worst thing I could be doing. Like it's like not working. I'm gonna use the spider because this is like gonna be ideal. Now some of these are broken, which is fine. I'm not concerned about it, but in this moment I'm glad that I made a 5th potato worth of fries. Because as I'm looking at these, I'm like, that's not that many fries, really. Carly says, I microwave potatoes and smash them, then air fry them in olive oil last night as a low effort fried potato hack. Oh, I love smashed potatoes, though. That's super. That's the type of thing that makes me want an air fryer, like that right there. Because smashed potatoes always are a bit of an effort with a cast iron pan. Not that much of an effort, like they're not hard to do per se, but they are a little more work. And having an air fryer just sounds so much easier. All right, these are looking great. Broccoli, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. We love bits. Bits. Cheering bits is a way to get entries for Cookie Club. 500 bits is 2 entries, in fact. Because bits are more lucrative to your favorite streamer than subs are. I mean, not really, but not like you get almost 100% of the bits, whereas you get 50% of a sub. All right. And if you have a Prime sub available to you and you're on Twitch, there's a little crown right here on the stream. If you're watching on horizontal, you can click that and subscribe to the channel for free using your Prime subscription from Amazon. Okay, these are finished. Not finished. They are definitely not finished. Allow to dry for 5 minutes. So we're going to allow these to dry. I'm also going to put a towel on top of here and just blot these. Now I don't want the towel to stay on top of here because I want the steam. I want these to escape the steam. I want these steam to escape a little bit, but I'm just getting any sort of residual moisture off the top of here. Okay. So we have a tray of boiled potatoes. We're starting to look like fries. They look like fries. They look like very undercooked fries is what they look like. Let's get this pot into the sink. Pour the water out. Oh, we had a fry still on the bottom. Oops, my bad. Yeah, Broccoli, the streamer for Twitch, from a sub perspective, gets about 50% of the revenue. On YouTube, it's about 70%. So, hey Twitch, fix your shit. On bits, it's a little more. You get almost 100% of that. Direct donations through the like PayPal or Ko-Fi or any of those like whatever things. Obviously, you get 100% of that minus the transaction fee if there is one. Gifted subs are the same, and during promotions or like September promotions, that kind of thing, you actually get less, but it costs the viewer less to get the subs. So it's like, I don't know. It's a promotion. You get more subs and less money from them. It's weird. Okay, we're gonna let those cool. We gotta bring the oil up to temperature. In a 5-quart Dutch oven or large wok, heat high heat to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. That is hot. That is some hot oil. So we need our our candy thermometer. 400 degrees is as high as this thermometer gets. So these are hot fries, very hot fries. Now we're going to do the first batch of these very conservatively. And when I say conservatively, I mean, I'm not going to put that many in there because I don't know how much they're going to splatter. But we'll do the first batch and we'll see how many I can get in here. I'm going to put this all of this oil in here, and a little bit from the second container. And then we're just going to let this come up to temp. Basically, when this hits temp, we'll be ready to cook. That'll be a little more than definitely more than 5 minutes. So, April, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Wilma, welcome. Hello. Wilma, you're dangerously close to 200 check-ins. Very, very close. All right, what's for dinner today? Well, let's do a little recap. I'm going to do a little bit of a recap of what has gone on stream today. So, while we're waiting for things to cool, while we're waiting for things to heat. We're cooling on this side, we're heating over here, and let's do a little bit of recap. So we are doing today dinner. Doing my partner last week or 2 weeks ago, she was like, hey, I would love some, like a salmon sandwich. Not a burger, and I clarified, not like ground up and pattied, but just like a piece of salmon pan fried on like a brioche bun. So we're doing that. The bun is also going to have a sauce. It's going to have lettuce, like bib lettuce. I'm going to have bacon on there and tomato. She can have whatever of that. We're going to do a brioche bun. I'm going to toast that as well. Along with that, we're going to be doing some French fries, homemade French fries. So I cut the potatoes. Here they are. We are about to give them their first fry. After that, they have to rest for a little bit, and then they get fried again. So the order of operations today. And the first thing we did on stream was make banana whip. Banana whip is a dessert. In the fridge, it looks like this. It's a little bit more, this is a little not frozen. This is a recipe I'm working on. Command recipes if you want to see like all the recipes that I have written or that are published currently. But we did that. So I have a portion of it in the fridge and a portion of it in the freezer. Then maybe this one looks different. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, this one looks slightly different. This one looks more like ice cream. But we're going to be doing we're kind of testing. I'm freezing this solid. So tomorrow we'll see if this defrosts and if it's any good when it's defrosted. So we did that first. Then we're making the fries. We're going to do those up through the first fry. So the next thing that we're doing on stream is using the Dutch oven to deep fry. Then we're going to rest those. While we're resting them, we'll make the bacon, we'll make the sauce, we'll prep the salmon, we'll prep the tomato, we'll prep the buns. Then we'll do the second fry of the fries. And then we will do our salmon, and then we'll make sandwiches. So that's where we're at today. Woman says, what's 200 check-ins? It's a cookie club entry. Yes, every multiple of 20 is a cookie club entry. Command Cookies, if you want to know all about how to enter Cookie Club. It is our monthly giveaway for community members, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Plenty of ways to enter, lots of free ways, lots of paid ways, because money is good, and I like that. And yeah, and that's where we're at. while we're sort of waiting for this to come up to temperature, which it will take a few more minutes here, a couple announcements. We did some more thorough announcements earlier in stream, but a couple like major things that I worked on. In Discord, there's a channel called Release Notes. There's a channel in Discord called Release Notes that has all of this information. But basically, I made a whole bunch of different changes to stream. Some of the big ones that we did were the on-screen chat that you can see on the horizontal, the landscape stream, both on YouTube and Twitch. The chats that are showing up over here now have YouTube chats in them. So if you are on YouTube and you chat, your chat is going to show up here on screen along with the Twitch chat, which if you're watching on YouTube, this is who I'm responding to down in this little area. The chats pop up and they disappear. It's not on the vertical stream yet, and I'm sorry. If you are watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe. Thank you. And if you're not watching on YouTube, and you want to subscribe to that anyway, there's a link to that in the Twitch chat. So the other things that we worked on over the past couple days, we added a whole bunch of sounds. Missing a space in what on YouTube? Liz, you're the first person that it's been like that forever. It's literally, that's never not been, it's never not had, it's been missing a space for literally forever. This is the you're literally the first person to point that out. Thank you. I appreciate it. And now it's switched. It's fixed. Let's try it. Yeah, oh, there it goes. Orma on YouTube. Hello, welcome. Liz, that would bother me too. Had I ever seen it, it would have been immediately fixed. Thank you. Some other things that we worked on today, recently, basically in the past 2 months, we made some changes. This is one of them. You'll note in the chats down here now, you can see the user, the icon, you can see what platform they're chatting from. If they have any badges on the channel, you can see that. I might take the profile pictures away because I think they take up a lot of space, honestly, and I don't know if I like them. Let me know if you like them. We added some new sounds to stream. We have a sound command for Cookie Monster. It's also command C Monster or command Cookie M.
Oh, cookies, really?
Liz, you don't like them? Yeah, as I'm looking at them today go by, I kind of don't love them either. I like them more just straight down chat. I'll probably tweak that. Fudge Darling, you will also love to hear this one. We added this sound to stream, or these sounds. There's a couple. If you do command math.
Once they started adding numbers to math, I was just like, fuck this.
I'm great at math.
There's a couple math sounds now. So we have both science and math commands. We have, what was the other command? Oh, this one's Bobby Hill. I like this one.
I'm a little worried about being a slut.
That one's fun. You can use that one if you want. I don't know what that one's for, but I was laughing at it and I had to add it to stream. We have this command for Gwen. This is command that Gwen said she wanted to have on stream. Basically, it's for whenever I put mushrooms in things or like too many onions or ketchup.
You ruined everything, you stupid bitch.
Anyway, that's command ruined. If you want to know what sound commands you have available to you as a subscriber, you can hit command sounds in chat and it will give you a list in chat of all of the sound commands. That is for tier 1 subscribers, their base subscription on YouTube or Twitch. So all of the sounds that are listed there are ones that you can put that command in chat and something will play.
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
Yes, that one was for SoFluff. So there's that. So there's the chat, There's some new sounds. I did a bunch of admin stuff. I made the camera over here work all the time now. I had I added some admin tools to my dashboard. I did a bunch of updates for YouTube. I made all of our commands work on YouTube. I made all of our counters work on YouTube. I added memberships on YouTube. I added a bunch of stuff. The other thing that
Relationships in vinegar.
oh, it's so good. Carly says it speaks volumes of the subscriber base. You can have the commands available and trust that they won't be abused. I have a button that just turns them all off. So if they were being abused and I wanted to make them just not work, it's a literal button on the Stream Deck. Or I could change the timeout for them. I have those tools. But yes, I also like all of the sounds. So I think that they're kind of funny. This one is probably my favorite one.
Cheers. Oh my god, cheers.
If you know that video, that's like old internet. The other thing that I added, which we haven't used today, but I'll show you, is a Be Right Back play screen, which has a video player on it, which can plays old clips. I'd like to tweak it a little bit more, but it looks kind of like this. So it's basically, there's two screens. One when I'm just using like the blender, and another when I am doing like a BRB. Or it's actually on the starting screen. So if we go to what the starting screen looks like, it looks like this now. And then
having my photograph taken.
And look at this outfit. Can we this is amazing. Look at this fit. I'm impressed.
What is that? It's a deer stalker.
A deer stalker? My hat?
No, this hat.
Oh, that hat? Is that the name of it?
Yes, it's elementary, my dear Watson.
Watson was a clue in the crossword this morning. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Get away from me. Oh my God. Okay, so that Clips player is both there and it's also on a BRB screen. I'm literally just clicking these to see if they work.
Hang in there, little Instant Pot. It's like, look at when I bang the knife on the counter.
Oh man, these are old clips.
Ready? That should
too funny. And then there's this screen also, which is
you to go follow Ginger. Ginger's a full-time variety streamer from Canada. Wait, wrong direction. There we go.
This is right after Gingerbread Beauty rated. So no, this view has a live camera in it. Anyway, we have all of that now available, which is super cool, and I'm excited about that because I wanted to have a BRB player that plays clips for a while. I want to tweak it a little bit so that it doesn't play like super old clips, but maybe that's fun. I don't know. I also did a bunch of other updates. All of that is in Discord in the release notes channel. So if you want to know all of the things, I feel like it puts not sure if there's a way to time that better. There is a way to time that better. I will actually, that was bothering me too. So let's do this. We're going to add a core delay. We're going to add a core delay of milliseconds. How many milliseconds are in 1 second? 1,000, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to add a delay of 2,000 milliseconds to that. So when it starts playing, it'll wait 2 seconds. Basically, like, the way the bot works is it's a thing. The moment a new clip starts playing, it fires, but it'll just wait. It'll wait 2 seconds to do that now. So, cool. I should probably also turn on the oven because I want to cook bacon in the oven. All right, what are we at here? We're at 300 degrees. So I'm gonna wait. We have to wait a little bit more for that to that oil to come up. While we're waiting for that, though, let me get ready to take these out of the oil. So we need a second lined baking sheet. So all of these fries fit on this baking sheet. So we're just going to do a second one here with the with a towel. So I'm not going to use paper towels for this. This towel is not the right size. I need a towel. All the towels are different sizes. I need a towel from the same set as that one. Here we go. This one will do. Okay. Does the lightning bolt mean something? No, it means that it was like the first one that I found when I put the badges in and haven't ever actually thought about it again. Liz, I could change the background color of the bubble in the chat window. I was thinking about changing the sub badges too, because I don't really love them, if I'm honest. Like, the lightning bolt was sort of just a thing that I haven't really thought about it that much. But we've had people who've been subscribed for like a long time, and I think that it's worth, because I need to update them anyway, because it's the same badge. Everyone has the same badge after a year. So so updates. I do want to do no logos. I might also just make the actual transparency of the background of the bubble of that chat window a little less transparent. I don't know what it's at right now. I think it's at like 70% or something. I'm gonna be quiet now. No, all of this is helpful because I sort of get in my head around what does it look like, and once it's implemented down here, if it's working technically, visually, the visual side is sort of the secondary aspect. Like, it took quite a bit to get it to work technically, and now I want to do some tweaking. But like, see how this is pretty transparent, right? I could make that not as transparent, and then the badges would show up better. Broccoli, you use coconut oil? I've never actually used coconut oil for much of anything. I feel like I wonder why not. Avocado oil. Yeah, coconut and avocado are oils that I don't really use all that often. Really, if ever. Coconut I use sometimes. Like, I have some on the counter here, but it's not super frequent. And I'm not like a coconut oil hater. I just don't know where. I don't know why. Also, hold on. We had a moment ago. Someone over here now earlier was commenting. Welcome in. Was commenting on the Bobby Hill thing. Okay, I remember. I was like, wait. I was like, there was someone in chat that I didn't respond to earlier, and my brain was just like buffering it for a while, and it finally just spilled over. Okay, we're at 350. Okay, we really should be just about ready to go here. I have tongs. I need to get these tongs and the spider out of the sink. I put them in here to soak, but now I would like them. Now I would like them again so that I can use them. I'm just giving them a rinse because I put them in a pot of soapy water. There we go. All right, these are clean. Clean. We're at 360. We're almost there. going to get a little sheet pan or a little pan here and put a towel in there so I can have a space for my tools to rest and not drip oil all over the counter. I'm also going to get some chopsticks because chopsticks are super useful when you are frying to grab little bits of things that are underneath of other things. Bits of things underneath other things. Delicious. I'm gonna move my sheet pan for the finished fries over there. I'm gonna keep the lid on the stove here. Also going to see how long we cook these. 50 seconds, it says. So basically a minute. We're gonna have a timer for that. Add 1/3 of the fries. Oil temperature should drop to about 360. Cook for 50 seconds. Repeat with the remaining potatoes, allowing the oil to return to 400 after each addition. So we do want the oil to be at 400. That's hot. That is really, really hot. Deep frying, by the way, is like 375. So like for reference, this is a pretty sizable amount of oil. I'm going to put these into the pan using a spatula. So I'm basically going to take a spatula's worth of fries and drop them in just like that. So I don't have to use my hands. I also want to note for the folks who are generally nervous about deep frying, which includes myself, I want to note two things. Those two things are these. One is a fire extinguisher, kitchen safe fire extinguisher that is charged and in the green. In the green. We also have a fire blanket ready to pull and use. I have the lid of the pan over here in case anything goes wrong. And yeah, just FYI, we're deep frying, so we want to be cautious. I know that some folks are, some folks are a little more cavalier than I am about deep frying, but I prefer to not mess around. Okay, so here's the pot. We're going to put my camera on the pot. Where's the camera? Hold on. There it is. All right. All right. Let's get a little closer in. There we go. Okay. Oil is at 390 plus degrees right now. So we're going to get started here momentarily. I'm going to keep the burner on high though, because what will happen is the moment I put the fries in here, it's going to drop to less. So we're about to hit 400. Got my timer right here, and let's go. All right, here we go. I'm about to deep fry. Start the timer. And how much bubbles do I have? Okay, not all that many. So that's good. Gonna just leave it like that though. We'll put some more on the next round. I'll put a few more fries in the next round of next round in here. There we go. Red Pink, hello. Stole a part of the cookie? Hell yeah. Good. We love it. I love to hear it. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. All right, so these are, it says 50 seconds. That was 50 seconds right here. But Jawn, you need to, that is a command. Yeah. Okay. Who's Cookie M? And why are they in chat? Just kidding. All right, so that was 50 seconds. That went quick. That went real quick. And my oil is at 380? 380. Okay, so that was it. These are par fried. So basically doing a 2-fry process here and resting for a little bit in between. We got some fry shrapnel in here. So in between these, we're just gonna turn the stove off and keep the oil hot. Or not keep it hot, it's gonna stay hot. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Welcome. Okay, so we're waiting for the oil to come back up to temp, and I can put a few more fries than I did in the last round in this one. What I was doing was waiting to see how high up the bubbles came, because these still have a little bit of moisture in them, obviously, and the more moisture is in the potatoes, the more bubbles you get. And so if they're, if they're too much, you're gonna bubble over, and we don't want that. So we're gonna wait here. We're at 390 degrees. So I'm probably gonna do about 5, maybe 6 rounds of frying here. I'm just looking at how many fries I have on this tray. And also, we're in a, I don't want to overload the oil, so I'm being a little bit conservative with how many I'm putting in here. So we're at just about 400. Almost 400. We're about to hit 400, so we're going to put our next round of fries in here. So don't blink, because this is going to go real quick. Perfect. That was the right amount of fries, because that bubbling is just about up at the top, but not so much that it's coming over. And it's subsiding. My oil is dropping. I'm at 380. So those fries in 30 seconds dropped the temperature of my oil by 25 degrees and falling, which is quite a bit. All right, so these are as about 50 seconds here. I'm going to take these out. I'm giving these just a few more seconds past what it says, because the first round is a little bit soft, and they're not supposed to be completely fried here. This is the par frying, but I don't want them to fall apart while they are cooling and as they get dropped in for the next round either. So we're keep those in there for just an extra few seconds, like literally like 15 seconds, 20 seconds more. Okay, so we're spending more time waiting for the oil to come back up to temperature. So that was at 360. So this is actually kind of nice. I'm exactly where it says this should be. So Cook for 50 seconds, agitating with a wet wire mesh spider. Remove to a paper towel lined rim baking sheet. Repeat with the remaining potatoes, allowing oil to return to 400 degrees after each addition. Now it says that after you add 1/3 of the fries, the oil temperature should drop to around 360 degrees Fahrenheit. That is pretty much exactly where my oil temperature was at the end of that last round. It was at like 362 or something like that. So that was like the right, we have the right, what that tells me is that I'm adding the right amount of the right size fries to this pot, because if these were a lot thicker, it would probably drop a little further. If I didn't add, if I added too many, it would drop further. So I think we're in a good spot. Literally just waiting. Again, we're just waiting for the oil to come back up to temp. I'm keeping it on high. So usually when I deep fry stuff, it's like 3 to 4 minutes. And, I'm almost, the past couple times I've deep fried, I've done tortilla chips, which really did not need, they didn't drop the temperature hardly at all. Whenever I do fish or things like battered things, it's usually like 3 to 4 minutes. And so if I leave it on high, it gets too hot again, because it's like just long enough that it can come back up to temp. So these are nice. We're not taking too long to get back. At 380. And again, what we're doing with these is we're par frying them. So we are going to allow the ones that are finished over here on the sheet pan to cool for a little while. And then the next round, it says fry the potatoes until crisp and light golden brown, 3.5 minutes at 360. So we're dropping the temp for the next round and frying them for a lot longer. So this is basically just the first bit. I think these are what you would get if you were, these are basically like fast food style, right? Like they're par cooked. Once they are frozen and you drop them right into the crisper or into the oil for their second cook, that's sort of like the big bag of fries going in at the Burger King or wherever you're getting your fries. All right, so we're at about 390 something or other. We're just about almost at 400. So let's come on back over to the stove. Get myself set up here. So we have our next round of fries about to go in. So let's start my timer. And we're going to slide the fries in. Here they go. All right. Good amount. Agitating with a wire mesh strainer. And then we'll cook these. These are super quick. We spend all the time waiting for the oil to come back up to temperature, and then a very small amount of time actually cooking the fries. It smells nice in here, though, I'll say that much. All right, it is 1600 hours. I wonder if I have a text from my kid. I do. Let's see. Yes. Okay. We are at 1 minute, or at 50 seconds. So I'm going to give these another few moments here just to kind of finish up. And then will be good. We'll get our next round going. Yeah, oil dropped just below 360, but I also added a few more fries to that round. Just slightly fewer than the round before it. Or slightly more than the round before it. I'm trying to get all of them in, and I think we're doing good. We're doing good with the level of fries versus the level of bubbling in the pot. All right, there we go. Done. Well, not done, but we're getting there. 360 degrees. I'm gonna come up, get back up to temp here. And let's get our next round ready to go in. So as I said, I'm just kind of putting the fries on the spatula here and sliding them off. That's the technique. I'm putting them on now. I've got a whole bunch that are like broken up pieces of French fry. So I'm just kind of tossing on the ones that are whole still. We're gonna take these like sort of chunks and maybe we'll do those as a single batch afterward. But the after, we'll do that after. So just a heads up, Calvin is home. My son is home. His friend is here as well. So we're gonna have two kids. They're not gonna be on stream because we don't have other people's children on stream. That's a thing that we don't do. But you may be hearing some voices, and you know, I may be slightly distracted here for a few minutes as they sort of settle into whatever it is that they're going to be up to. So I think we have maybe 3. Yes, I am deep frying something. It smells like it. Haircut yesterday. Yeah, that's okay.
Did I notice before Mom though?
No. Well, I also when I came home yesterday from getting a haircut, I was like, you can compliment me on my haircut now, thank you.
Oh,
What is that and why?
found it on the street.
Oh, okay.
And it's a jug.
It is a jug. That is a 5-gallon plastic jug on a stick.
Are you sure?
Unless it's something else.
I think it's 50. No, I think it's 5.00001 gallons.
Okay. Well, whatever it is, it's a big jug on a stick.
Yes, it is.
Listen. Nice. Seems nice.
Are you making French fries?
I am making French fries. These are I'm par frying, and then they have to rest for like 30 minutes or an hour. Par meaning partial. Partially frying. So they're yes. So they're almost fried, but then at the end, like right before you eat, you fry them like for real. So these aren't going to be ready for a little while.
Good thing you're not deep frying too much.
5-gallon jug on a stick. Yeah, there's a 5-gallon jug on a stick. Can I show? Can I show the chat here? So 2 5th graders just walked into the house with this.
One of them is me.
One of them is Calvin. The other one is Calvin's friend. But yeah. But this is a 5-gallon jug on a stick.
It's actually 5.0.
You know, whatever. Here,
I'm proud of it.
take this and do what you're doing with it, which is, I don't know. Is this your like fighter stance?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. What are y'all up to this afternoon? What's your plan?
We're filling it up with water.
Okay. Oh God. Okay. They're filling it up with water, they said. This seems bad. This seems ill-advised.
I agree.
You're not doing that. You're not doing that
We're doing it in the bath.
in the bathtub.
That's a good idea. That would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not because it's water.
I'm gonna wash my hands. Okay. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick as this comes up. $20. Yeah. You know what? I was walking home earlier and I saw that on the street and I was like, huh, that's not 5 gallons. Sorry, that's more than 5 gallons. I think that's more than 5 gallons, right? No. I don't know. Shenanigans. It's exactly what they're up to. Exactly. Broccoli, enjoy your lurk. Yeah, why? I don't know. I don't know. Tatsu, I am definitely going to fry the bits. I think that's a good idea. I'll just toss them in a little bowl with like some Old Bay. All right, we're at temp again. We're at 400 degrees. So come on over here. We're going to hit the timer and we're going to start the fry. I'm going to dump these into the center so that the bubbling happens from the center. I put them too close to the edge last time and I felt nervous when it was bubbling because it was like a big bubble in the middle. All right. Yeah, we're doing a bunch of fries. So this is just, this is my craving today. So Gwen was like, I want the salmon sandwich. And I was like, well, what goes with the salmon sandwich? Gotta have fries, right? And Calvin's friend's parent is texting me and is like, is my son at your house? Yes. Funny. Okay, so the timer went off and we're going to give these another couple seconds. A little bit past 50 seconds. Adrian, can you give your mom a call, please? She texted me. Okay, we got fries coming out of the fryer. Coming out the fryer. Here we go. And last one. Come on. We got one hiding back here. They're always hiding. Okay. And that round is done. So let's let that come back up. Yeah, 350. That dropped away. That dropped a ways. But I put a few more in here. Tatsu says it's a 20-liter jug. Yeah, it's whatever you like flip upside down and put on the like the dispensers, like the office style dispensers, right? Yeah, it's big. And I don't know what they're doing with it upstairs, but I'm avoiding asking questions that I really just don't want the answer to. As long as they don't try to carry it around the house, I think I'm fine. I think I'm okay. We'll see, honestly. Tatsu says, I can't get past how people put fries in a brioche, add sauces, and dare call it a sandwich. No, it's definitely not. I mean, a sandwich, I feel like a sandwich needs something more substantial than fries in it. Now, falafel with fries, top tier. Excellent. An excellent meal. But just fries? No, I'm sorry. Like you're gonna have to do a little harder than that. Okay, I think we have maybe two more rounds of whole fries, and then we'll get into we'll do like a round of shrapnel, fry shrapnel. Darlene, I think it is a kid thing. I mean, to be fair, I looked at that on the walk this morning, and I was like, that's a good jug. I'm just 40 years old and I don't pick up stuff like that anymore. But, you know, I do occasionally. I found a cast iron pan on the street yesterday. It was like in someone's pile to be thrown out, like to be collected by the trash. And I was like, I'm going to take that. And I did. And it's just like a lodge pan. Like it's not, you know, it'd be like whatever, 20 bucks at the, at the store. It's not like a good pan, but I was like, that's a good pan. I could probably do something with that. And that something is leave it on my front step. And then until I figure out what to do with it. All right, we got one more round of fries. I got 2 more rounds of fries. We got 2 more rounds of fries with a slightly less on them. I don't want to put all these in at once. So we got 1, 2, and then we'll do these as a like pile of nonsense. And then we're going to move to the next part of the stream, which is our salmon prep. Is all of our prep. While these are resting, we got to prep everything else. So we're almost there. Things are looking good over here at the stove. We're at 375 degrees. So I've got quite a few fries on this tray right now. Once they're all on here, I'm going to spread them out a little bit more than they are. I'm just kind of maintaining a place to dump them on there currently. Once that's finished, then we're just going to do a bunch of the rest of the prep. Like everything else is going to get prepped. And then Calvin has informed me via text message earlier that he is not going to go to karate tonight, which is fine. He doesn't have an option to... He doesn't have to go. If he doesn't want to go, he doesn't have to go. So he's not going to go to karate tonight, which means that I can just do dinner directly through to being ready, and I don't have to worry about the timing of like having the fish finished and getting all of that. So that's good. That's actually beneficial for me. I don't really care if he goes or not tonight. So that's fine. It's not his normal night. They're closed tomorrow evening for Eid, and so I told him he could go tonight if he wants to, and he doesn't, which is great. So, okay. Last moment here before I can put these in. Oh no! Oh no! I don't know what's going on upstairs. It sounds bad. There are two unrestrained 10-year-olds in the house at the moment. Okay, we're at 490 degrees. So in the next like 15 seconds, that's going to be up to temp. So let's come on back over to the stove. We have our oil ready to go. And we're going to get our fries in here. This round should be quicker between this round and the next because it's a smaller batch of fries. I'm doing 2 smaller batches instead of 1 large batch because I don't want it to sizzle over. All right, so let's get these moving. Yeah, my oil should not drop in temp as much in this round. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But my bubbling already calms down a little more than it was before. It calms down quicker, I should say. And gonna give these another like few moments. Maybe another 15, 20 seconds. And yeah, my oil is at 370 right now. So the last round I put a bunch of fries in, it dropped into the 50s. These are not as impactful. Good. All right, I'm gonna take these out. So we have some like, they're starting to get, they're a little bit golden, but they're not fully cooked. They're definitely not fully cooked. These are, they've basically just given up a lot of their moisture. So the next time when I put these in, the next round of fries that go in there, I can add more fries. Oh, hold on, we got a hanger on. I didn't see this one in the front. We can add more fries to the pan the next on the second fry because there will be less liquid in them. So they're not going to bubble as much. They're not going to bubble as much. They're not as cold, and so I can add more fries, and the temperature won't drop. It won't plummet as much as it did or has been for these. So a couple good reasons to par fry them. I think that they would fry just fine if I put them in from here to fully finished. But we're following the directions. We like to follow the directions here. So allow potatoes to cool, 30 minutes. Fry half the potatoes, 3.5 minutes. Drain in a bowl, season immediately with salt. Cooked fries can be kept hot and crisp on a wire rack set in a sheet tray in the oven while a second batch is cooked. Serve immediately. Okay, so we're gonna do the final fry of these right before we do the fish. So everything else gets prepped, then we cook the fish, then we do the final fry of all of these. And what I'm gonna do for the fish is I'm gonna make myself a sandwich so that y'all can see what like the final product looks like. This is a ways away, but I'm thinking ahead here. I'm gonna make myself a sandwich, show y'all what that looks like, and then we're gonna raid, and then I'm gonna cook the fish for Gwen and Calvin after the end of stream. So because I don't know if they're gonna be ready for dinner. Like basically, if they come home and they're sitting at the table and they're like, we're ready to eat right now, then I'll cook it and just give it to them alongside with mine. But otherwise, we're gonna do one fully, and then we'll do the other two. Just a little like heads up on where my head is at in terms of getting toward the end of stream, which we're not, but we are moving in that direction as ever. Okay. We're at 390 degrees right now. I think we'll probably be good to drop these in just a few moments. And we're on our last round. Now, all of those potatoes, it looked like a ton of potatoes, but really, like when they fried down, it looks like it's like less and less. Although this is like a whole potato worth of shrapnel right here. You did it? Okay. Is there water all over the bathroom floor?
No.
Amazing.
Kept it in the tub.
Very nice. Okay. Good to hear. Oh, very good to hear, honestly. Okay, last round of fries going in the pan. Here we go. All right, not the last round, but the last round of whole fries going in. These are cooking. Whenever I'm deep frying anything, I have the fire prevention tools available because you never know, and hot oil is hot.
Prepared hero, fire blanket.
Mm-hmm.
What fire blanket?
If you have a fire, you can pull that out. It's like a big towel, and you throw it over.
Oh, and it's supposed to like stop it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and they work. They're also reusable, which is kind of fun. I'd like to not have to use it, but it's there in case it's necessary.
They're reusable too?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm gonna go see if there's
that is a recycling item. Okay. All right, round of fries are good. And let's get these out. And then we're gonna put our fry bits in once this is up to temp again. I imagine the fry bits are actually gonna sputter. They're gonna sputter quite a bit because they're small and there's a lot of them. And they're broken open, so there's a lot more like surface area on them.
What's this? Tomato persimmon?
That's a tomato.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell me.
It's a tomato. I just did.
Chat, is it real?
Oh, okay. All right. So these are the last little bits that are going in. Let's get these onto the spatula as we're waiting for that to come up to temp. As predicted, the temp did not drop as much in that batch. So we're gonna do, I am gonna do these, I'm wondering if I need to put these in a different bowl or a different pan or something of that afterward, and so that I don't end up mixing them with my like good fries, in quotes. The good fries meaning the ones that are not like ripped apart shreds. But I don't know. I think they'll probably be fine altogether. They'll be fine altogether because ultimately these are going to drop out of the, they're going to drop out of the whole fries as I put them onto the spatula for the next round anyway. So we'll just put them on the same tray. Okay, these are ready to go in. There's more of these than there were of the fries, so we should drop the oil quite a bit, but that's okay because the oil is because this is the last round. All right, we're almost there. Once we're finished with these fries, I'm gonna get to prepping. That's the big next piece. That means we're gonna get some stuff out of the refrigerator and we'll prep all of that. I have I got the salmon and I got more salmon than I need, like definitely more than I need. So I need to cut some fillets off of the pieces that I got. And then the rest of it, I'm going to pop into the freezer. I got basically like 2 meals worth of salmon at the same time, and with the intention of just freezing some of it. So we need to do a little bit of prep for that once I'm finished. But the fries are almost finished here. I'm going to reset my timer. And we're at 390 degrees. So let's come on back over to the stove. This is the last round of fry particulate going in here. We have a big spatula full of like potato pieces. So let's get these in. I'm going to start my timer and then I'm going to pop these in. And good. It did not boil over. Amazing. We just made it. If I had put like 4 more pieces of fry in there, that thing would have boiled right over. Oh, okay, perfect. It didn't though, and that's good. All right, we're taking the towel off of that other pan, and that is done. We're gonna do another, I'm gonna put another towel on that pan because we're gonna prep. Actually, no, when the fries are done, I'm gonna put them on a different pan with a wire rack. So I don't need to prep that pan anymore. I don't need to have that pan prepped with a towel. All right, perfect. Okay, timer is up. Let's give these another couple seconds and then we'll be finished with the fries. For now, I'm gonna come back and do this all over again. Although the next time it will not take quite as long because we won't have to make such small batches. All right, looking good. I'll turn my oil off right now as I'm getting these out. All right, smells really good though. Pretty happy with these. All right. Okay, oil is off. Oh, nope, come on, get out of there. There we go. Oil is off. Temperature's off. Stove is off. Let's come on back over to this scene. So we are, we have a big tray of fries. Here's our fry tray. So things look pretty good. I'm gonna spread these out onto this towel a little bit more. Where's my spatula? Not spatula, tongs. Here it is. So I'm gonna spread these out a little bit more than they are so that they cool further. These are not hot anymore. None of these are really hot anymore because they're very thin. So we can spread all of this out. And now this is ready for the next round of frying whenever I get there. At this point in the frying, at this point in the process, the recipe says you can either just wait and leave them out on the counter and cook them again, or freeze them overnight or up to 2 months, it says. So this is sort of where we would be. If I wanted to do like a whole bunch of these, like I could probably spend an afternoon like making my own fries and par cooking them, freezing them, and then like having them be ready to go. But that seems like a lot of effort, so we're not doing that. Seems like a lot of effort because it is a lot of effort because this is 5 potatoes worth of fries and that took quite a while to fry. Now, if I was doing this for food prep purposes, I would use a much larger pot and I would add more. Like I would just do bigger batches. I would use a much larger, deeper pot and fry, 2 potatoes worth of fries at the same time. Because the oil would be, I would use more oil, it would be hotter, it would stay hotter. It would be more efficient to do it that way, but this way is fine. So we're good. We're gonna let these sit on the counter here now and cool off. And eventually we will use them. Or we will cook them. All right, so fries are resting, we're good to go. Let me wipe, I'm gonna wipe this, give the stove a little bit of a wipe here because it's a bit greasy because the oil, despite not bubbling over, it does splatter. So I'm gonna reset my stove just a little bit here. I'm not gonna do anything with these fries or with this oil here. I'm just gonna let it sit and we'll be back to that in a few minutes. All right, let's prep everything else. We did, where are we on our checklist? We did the fry, we did the cool, we did the rest. So we are done step 2. Step 2 of my prep list today. Now the rest of the steps are super easy. Prepping the bacon, prepping the sauce, the salmon, tomato, and the buns. Then we're gonna re-fry the fries. So once we're finished with all this prep, we're gonna come right back to our big pot of oil here. Okay, let's do the bacon first because that needs to cook in the oven. Let's get out the things I'm prepping now. We have buns, bacon. This is the salmon. Oh, I have coleslaw. I forgot I had coleslaw. Hell yeah. Coleslaw I don't need to get out now. But I do want to remember that I have that. That's important. All right, salmon is here, buns come later, bacon is now. Let me get a rack. We're gonna do the bacon on a wire rack because I want the bacon to be a little drier when I cook it directly on the sheet pan, as often recipes call for. It stays a little bit like, it gets like limp, and I want it to be my preferred style of bacon, which is to say drier. So we're gonna do that. The last time I did bacon, I did cook it, let me wash my hands. Last time I did bacon, I did cook it on the sheet pan, but that's because I was doing it for a recipe that I was writing. And for things like that, I would rather say to cook the bacon per package instructions than tell someone, then write additional instructions on how to cook it the way that I would do it. Because I don't really have there's not a huge difference. There's not like a big compelling reason to cook it on a wire rack the way that I would do it. But package instructions are just fine. This is hickory smoked thick cut bacon. Speaking of hickory smoked thick cut bacon, Zach, welcome in. I'm just kidding. I don't know where that, I don't know. Do you like thick cut hickory smoked bacon? Zach, nice to see you. I hope you're having a really lovely Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Okay. I just did that thing where I was like, again, where I was like, what day of the week is it? Friend of the stream, Zachary Michael. Zach is, has some links in chat, and I would appreciate it. They would appreciate it if you would also go follow those links, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Oh, that's what I should do. I'm gonna add I need to add Zach's links to a command. When you click the ZM command, when you do the ZM command, I want it to also post on YouTube, because Zach is on YouTube, and we should post it there, because it'd be easy to follow. Easier to follow there. Anyway, I got this thick cut bacon. This is genuinely thick. And so it's going to take a little longer to cook than usual, and we're probably going to get more fat off of here than usual, which is lovely. But I know this is thicker than usual because most of the time when I cook bacon, I have to put it in, I have to overlap it on the tray, especially if I'm using the wire rack. And I definitely am not having to overlap this time. It all just fits in one spot. Now, I don't know if we're going to end up using all of this bacon. I can't imagine we're going to eat all of this like on like 3 sandwiches. But I'm going to cook it, because the worst thing that happens is I have extra bacon, which is not a bad thing at all. All right, but let's put that in there. I'm going to get out a mug for the drippings, because I know that there will be drippings at the end. And then let's set a timer. I don't really know how long that's going to take to cook, if I'm like, honestly, but it could be any amount of time. Let's set it for, my oven's at 400 degrees. Let's set this for 20 minutes. 20 minutes seems about right, and we'll check it at the end of that. And maybe it'll be done, maybe it won't be, probably won't be. I don't think it will be, but whatever. 9 thick cut applewood smoked bacon with maple sugar. That is lovely. That sounds like a great breakfast, even if you don't have anything else with it. Tati says, one question. Thick cut bacon isn't as crispy as thin cut, right? Right, correct. Does thick cut have more fat? I mean, I think it has more fat only insofar as, here's what I would say. A pound of bacon, thick or thin cut, has the same amount of fat on it. I think that with the thick cut bacon, I'm thinking out loud. I'm assuming that maybe some more of it stays on the bacon itself, because I guess it depends how you cook it. I don't know. yeah, I guess it depends on how you cook it. What did I say this bacon was? Thick cut hickory smoked. I want to write down what it was. Bacon is thick cut hickory smoked bacon. Okay. Let's cut our salmon next, and we'll get that like sitting on a plate ready to go. Yeah, I don't actually know. I mean, thick cut bacon, yeah, I think it's less, it doesn't get as crispy. It's not like, you know, snap it in half. I kind of like it for a dish like salmon, because it's sort of like a BLT is how I look at it. Like, not a BLT. It's like a salmon club sandwich almost is how I am imagining it. I know one of the sandwiches that Gwen particularly likes is a place nearby that does a salmon club. And so, you know, a club has bacon, tomato, mayonnaise, but it's a piece of salmon. So I'm kind of, in my head, I'm sort of replicating that a little bit. All right, let's get some gloves on because I want to have, I washed my hands, but I want to, this is fish, so we're going to wear some gloves. Not that I think I need to, but, you know, I'd prefer not to just get all fishy. Okay, so hold on. Before I do that, let me get a sheet pan out that I can put the pieces that I don't want to cook on to freeze, because I want to process this all at once. That's the goal. So I'm just going to move some things around here so I can have an extra sheet pan in front of me. And then we need to get a piece of parchment paper, cover that sheet pan. Nice, thank you for your sub on YouTube. I appreciate it. If you're watching on Twitch, we have a YouTube channel. We stream live on YouTube and multi-stream to YouTube, both in horizontal and vertical formats. And there's a link to that in the Twitch chat. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome. Please feel free to like the stream. It helps get it to other new people. Please hit the subscribe button if you are in fact watching on YouTube. I'd appreciate it. It helps keep the stream visible. And if you are on YouTube and you do chat, it will show up in this little window, this little like area for chat down here. It will show up there. So if you're also watching on YouTube and you're hearing me respond to other folks on the Twitch stream, their chats are showing up there as well. So we have some, like I said, I got several meals worth of salmon. So I'm going to open this and we're going to determine, we're going to cut four fillets because I'm going to make 4 sandwiches. I'm going to cut 4 fillets that are basically the same and basically the same size, because I want them all to sort of cook in the same way. So this is a lot of salmon. We have, 4, let's do 4. And this is skin on. Let's see. Let's do, we got thick pieces and thin pieces. So we're going to do 3, the 3 thick, we're going to do the thick pieces of salmon so that it's like a pretty robust salmon sandwich. And then the thin pieces I'm going to save for another meal. So there's a big chunk. I'm going to make these roughly the same size. So 1 for tonight, one for tomorrow, not tomorrow, later. 3 and 4. Okay, got four pieces here. These are ready to go, and we are going to do these with the skin on. There's a few bones in here. I'm feeling a couple bones. So let's get our, I don't have fish. I don't have like specific fish fish bone tweezers, but I do have tweezers. So let's get the bones out of here as best I can using some regular old tweezers. So I just washed off. Yo.
Hello.
Hello. I didn't start a timer for how long those fries have been resting for, but it said that they need to rest for about half an hour. So by the time I'm finished all this prep, it'll be fine. And I should note, I guess I set a timer for 20 minutes for the bacon. So that is, there we go. We have, once the 20-minute timer goes off, it will definitely have been 30 minutes because I spent about 10 minutes getting it in the oven. Okay, so I'm trying to get some of these bones out of here. God damn, I think I need pliers instead. Get these out. That is some tough. That is a tough bone. It's probably a better way. It's probably a good way to do this, like a specific way that I should be doing this, but I don't actually know what it is. Because this is not a thing that I do regularly. All right, is that a... Yeah, there we go. Little bones in fish are a thing that I don't really deal with all that often. Okay, where are we? There it is. Aha, that's better. Okay. I think that's good for this piece. So we did one, and I don't know if there's a better way to detect bones in here, but I think it was only in that one piece. Okay. So these are good, right? I'm just going to leave these sit, and they're roughly all the same size. And we'll return to those a little later. All right, let's move this off the counter. Yeah, pliers, 9 says, probably the call. Right, I'm pulling those out, and I know that they make like fish tweezers, like specifically for doing what I'm doing, but I definitely do not own those. So I'm not buying fish tweezers. That's not in the, I'm not in the market for that. We don't need to. That's a thing that I need so infrequently that I would not purchase them. Okay, so let's see. Bacon is prepped. Salmon is prepped. Well, bacon's not prepped yet. Bacon's not finished, but it is going. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at it. Looking good. Okay, we have, I think it says 12 minutes left on that timer. 9 minutes left on that timer. So we got some bacon in the oven. I'm going to do the rest of my prep for this. I'm going to slice up a tomato and lettuce. We're going to get those ready to go. The tomato and lettuce, I guess I'll just put those on a plate. I just want to be able to like assemble really quickly, so I want to do all of the prep ahead of time. And then the buns. We got to toast the buns. How can I toast the buns? I'll do those in the oven. Yeah, we'll just toast the buns in the oven. That'll be fine. All right, so fish is ready. This, I'm gonna pop this back in the refrigerator because I don't, if I was cooking it like immediately, I would probably let it sit out, but I'm not cooking it like right in this moment. So I would rather it rest in the fridge. Okay, so we got that. Lettuce is, Gwen had asked for microgreens, but I was at Reading Terminal and they did not have those. So we got this nice like firm bib lettuce, which is also, that was also acceptable. She was like, if you can't get the greens, just get like some of that like green lettuce. And this is the lettuce she was talking about. I know when she says like, get some of that lettuce, I know exactly what that means. The sandwich lettuce. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Let's get our tomatoes sliced up. Go. Good tomato knife. Let's use this one. All right, this is just a nice bright red tomato. I don't know what variety this is, but it's a just a good eaten tomato. I'm gonna slice it this way. And I'm not gonna salt this right now. This is more of a, we're gonna season this as I put it on the sandwich. I don't want to salt it in this moment because I don't want it to start, I don't want it to start giving up liquid. All right, but Calvin and I are going to be the only ones who will eat the tomato. Gwen is not a tomato eater, but you know, he and I are both eating dinner too, so I want tomato on my salmon sandwich. So that's what is going to happen. All right, this looks pretty good. I'll get the core out of here. So these are good to go. I got basically like a whole tomato just right here on the plate, ready to go on. It's in pretty thick slabs. I'm actually just gonna eat some of this right now. I'm gonna put some salt on this so I know what it tastes like, and just have a couple pieces of this right now in this moment, because a good tomato is always welcomed. We're not in tomato season yet. These are Canadian tomatoes, it said. Not that it's tomato season in Canada either. I'm not sure where they're growing them. Probably in a greenhouse. But that's pretty good. Tastes like tomato. Could be ripened a little longer, but I think it's fine. It's a little bit, it's still like a day or two away from being perfect, but what's that saying? Good is the enemy of efficient or something like that. I forget. It's a Canadian tomato. I'm happy with it. All right. Man, I haven't had a like raw fresh tomato in a couple months. It's one of my favorite things to eat. In peak summer, I don't use them on stream very much. Like you don't see them too often, but I usually have like 3 or 4 tomatoes that look just like that in the house, and I will just eat one as a snack, like at any moment. They're lovely. All right, that was very good. All right, about 4 minutes left, and so I want to check that bacon. So, check that bacon again. We're looking, we're angling pretty well here. The time-wise, we're actually doing really well. It's only almost 5 p.m. Eastern. Usually I end stream somewhere on Tuesday, Thursday. Usually I end stream somewhere between 7 and 7:30. That's not true. On Tuesday I usually end at 5:30. On Thursday I usually end at 7:15, 7:30 p.m. I'm not actually sure what time we're going to end today because we're not doing karate and it's Wednesday, so like it's a weird one. But we're getting there. All right. sauce is next. Let's do, I don't need to cut anything else, do I? No. Okay, we're finished cutting. So the sauce I wrote down as a mix of yogurt, mayonnaise, lemon, dill, and chipotle pepper. I don't know what the ratio of all that is going to be, but we're going to figure it out. So I think I want to start with, the mayonnaise and the yogurt. I think we're going to do like an even 50-50 split, and then we'll see what those two taste like together and then season from there. Lemon, dill, and chipotle though, I also definitely want to put in there. So let's get our lemon, well, chipotle. Let's get lemon. Let's get dill. And then mayonnaise. Do I have a container of mayonnaise, or do I just have this little squeeze bottle? I guess I just have the squeeze bottle. Okay. Thought I had more than this, but that's all right. We don't need more than that. Mayonnaise, yogurt. Okay, this is Greek style plain yogurt. I got this at Reading Terminal. We love it. Okay, so let's do this by weight, just so I'm not guessing here. Because I want to do a 50-50 mayo and yogurt split to start. I'm probably going to tilt it a little more towards the mayo side, but we'll see. Can you turn that down a little bit? Thank you. So this is, I ran it, but I dropped my phone, landed on my foot, left in a lump. Oh no. Whoa. That's wild. Do you bruise easily generally? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's go with 50-50 mayo, well, 60-60 mayo and yogurt. To start, now this is a yogurt I haven't had before. This is Greek-style plain yogurt from grass-fed, all-natural Jersey cows. Keep refrigerated. All right. We're going to try, let's try a little bit of this before I actually mix it in. I'm going to try like a bite of it just to see. Because if this is like wildly off from what I expect yogurt to taste like, I kind of want to know before I add it in here. Ooh, ooh, oh shit, that's so good. That's so good. Let's eat more of that. Let's eat a little more of that before we, I'm going to confirm. God damn. Okay. I'm going to eat the rest of this with a spoon directly from the container with nothing else in it. That is excellent. Okay, so 60 grams of that. 40, 62. Let's actually go, let's go 80 and 80. Because I'm looking at, I'd rather have a little more sauce than I need and dip the fries in it than not have enough. So I had 60, so I need about 20 more of mayo. There we go. Let's mix that together and add lemon. Okay, what is that timer for? That timer is for the bacon, so let's actually check the bacon. Yeah, bacon is looking right. I think I'm gonna give that another maybe five minutes or so. Yeah, another 5 minutes or so. And then we're gonna add, let's start with 10 milliliters of lemon juice, which is 10 grams. 8, 9, 10. Okay. Little lemon. Just to thin it out just a little bit. And then the chipotle. We'll do maybe about the same. I'm going to add the juice from the chipotle peppers. Actually, I'm gonna cut up a pepper. Let me cut up a pepper because the pepper is, I don't have this. It's sort of, there's not a ton of juice in there, so I kind of need to cut up at least a pepper here. What did I use this knife for? Tomato. Okay, it's fine. I'm like, did I use this knife for fish? No. No, I did not. All right, so let's cut up a chipotle pepper. And we're going to kind of mince this. Because I don't want like big pepper chunks in here. Oh shit. You know what I didn't do? I didn't take the seeds out of that. Hold on. We got more in here. Let's take the seeds out of this first. I don't really want the seeds in there. I just want the pepper. There we go. Okay. So charge that first one of the game, and then we'll just cut the second one up here and see how that feels. And then if this one is good, I think I'm going to cut up the second one. Okay, and let's pop this in, tear my scale. How much is that? 5 grams. Okay, let's do one more. And this is not going to be super spicy. So I'm going to add another pepper in here, and then I'll add whatever some more of the juice that I can get out of this container. But we're going to open this, get the seed, de-seed it. And by the time I'm finished with the peppers here, I'll get that bacon out of the oven and let that start cooling off. This, I hate these cutting boards so much. I wish I had like 5 more of the little tiny wooden ones. So that's 10 grams worth of pepper solids. Let's add some of this liquid here. Oh my God, so far it feels like spring. I don't know what the temperature is right now here. It's nice though. I mean, it was freezing. It was below freezing this morning. Today it was, I know it warmed up a little bit. I honestly, I don't know what it is, but 9 feels better than negative 27. So that's good. What is the high temperature there in the summer? Like peak summer. Does it get into the 30s there? Okay, so that is a good bit of chipotle. Let's mix this in. I don't want this to be spicy. I just want it to have a little flavor to it. So that's the goal is just like a little bit of extra flavor, not a ton of spice. And chipotle peppers are not spicy, generally speaking. I don't think so. In a sauce where there is 100+ grams of mayonnaise and Greek yogurt, 10 grams of chipotle is nothing. So let's get some of this more of this liquid out of here. Nope, not that. There we go. 4 high is 43. Oh my God. Yeah, okay, that's hot. I'm all set with that. Let's add. All right, that tastes great. I'm gonna add like a drop or 2 of actual like hot sauce to this. Add like 2 drops of this hot sauce. There we go. We'll dilute all that in. That'll be like the perfect heat. Okay, timer's going off. That means I need to check my bacon again. So we're moving. We're doing prep right now for everything. So all the stuff that I'm doing at the moment is just getting ready for getting ready to be able to make just like assemble sandwiches. So that's the goal. I'm gonna add a little bit more mayonnaise. How much more mayonnaise? Not mayonnaise. Sorry, this is yogurt. Not mayonnaise. I'm gonna add another 15 grams of that. Put this back in the fridge. Bacon, gotta check the bacon. Bacon's in the oven. Really gotta check the bacon here. I can smell it now. And then chipotle goes back in the fridge. And 15 grams of mayo. That can go back in the fridge. And then before I stir that, bacon. All right, this is finished. Looks good, looks cooked. If you want to see some delicious looking cooked bacon, now is the time to look at the screen. I'm about to pull it out of the oven and I'll show it to you. So we're going to take this out. I'm going to put this on a plate. There we go. Bacon's on the screen. I'm going to put this on a plate and then we're going to take the fat and pour that off into a separate container. Yum indeed. Agreed. Yeah, this is like thick, but not burnt. We just have like real big, thick chunks of bacon here. And I'm not putting them on a paper towel. I'm just putting them on the plate directly. They'll be fine. Flipping these over, letting the oil come off of them. And then I am gonna pour, we're gonna take this oil off out of the pan and pour it into a cup, or not oil, fat. I'm gonna take all the fat off of this pan. Because these are glistening and lovely, but all of this, what's down on here, is going to be great for frying things with. So let's take that and pour it into our mug. We always keep a little mug in the refrigerator. And hold on, do this with the other hand because that's how it's sitting on the counter. All right, so I'm going to take this and pour off our bacon fat. Now, I don't drain this or strain it in any way. I don't really care if it's got little bits in it. I'm not, anything I'm doing with this is probably just cutting little pieces off of it so I can like fry an egg in it. There's no like cosmetic need to strain all those bits out. And I'm not storing it for long enough that they're going to get rancid. So I don't worry about it. We just kind of put it in there. And that's that. All right. So let's put that pan on. Put that pan in the sink. Threw a little bit of water in there. A little bit of soap. Sorry, I'm a little distracted, y'all. I don't know if you can tell. Like Calvin, they're like literally watching TV right there, and I'm sure you can hear it on the audio. And like they're literally just watching YouTube, and I can't. I'm having a difficult time processing multiple things at once. No, you don't need to stop. I asked you to turn it down, and it's fine. I thought you were coming over to hang out, though. I don't know. I thought you were going to be doing things and not watching TV in the living room. It's fine. I'm speaking out loud. If I wanted you to change, I would ask you to change. Okay? I don't need you to change. All right. But let's finish getting this together. And I'm sure that my talking is interrupting the flow of your listening to whatever it is you're watching. Okay, dill. Dill's the next thing. We have, I'm going to add a little bit of dill, just like chopped up to this. This is where I'm going to use a one-time kitchen tool that I don't always use. but I have. The herb scissors. Do y'all have these? You ever seen these before? They're literally just like herb shears. And for something like this, where I'm just cutting herbs into a bowl, they're perfect. There we go. Beautiful. All right. The herb shears prove their worth yet again. All right, let's mix this in. And then I'm going to taste this again because we have yogurt, mayonnaise, lemon, dill, and chipotle in the sauce. So this is a little kind of a mix of a bunch of stuff. Pie Thai. Salmon bacon sandwich. I know, it does sound good. Adding just a pinch of salt. Welcome in. I am going to add a little pepper to this, just like regular pepper. And then we're going to give this a try. I think this is probably about finished here. It tasted great when I tasted it a moment ago. Let's see if this needs anything according to my palate. So if they are kind of a pain in the ass to clean, I'm not going to lie. That's why I don't use them very often. But in this moment, I've used like a bunch of cutting boards and knives. I have 3 cutting boards. I've already washed 2 cutting boards once already. They're back in the sink. So I'm sort of like, let's not with the cutting boards anymore. All right. That is good. It's just spicy enough. It's got like just a touch of heat to it. So that's perfect. Feel good about those. All right, let's get this back in the fridge. I want to try a piece of this bacon because I want to, obviously. But let's put the sauce in the fridge. So we're sort of we're moving into having everything ready and just staged. Have our lettuce, have our tomato, have our bacon, have our sauce. Lettuce, tomato, bacon, sauce. I need to do the buns, and then we'll be ready to do the fries. So here's our bacon. Here's a bacon close up for anybody who's a bacon lover. Thick cut hickory smoked bacon. That's going to be perfect. I mean, it's pretty good as it is, honestly. Perked right up after that. Delicious. Okay. Good to go. No farther notes. All right, sauce is done. Buns. Buns are the last thing we need to do. Now, buns are easy enough. I'm just going to put those on a sheet. The oven is on still, so I'm going to leave the oven on and put the buns on a sheet pan. I'm just going to toast the tops of those. Are these cut? No, they're not even cut. Perfect. I'm going to cut these. I'm going to toast the insides of them, and then we'll toast the tops of them. I was thinking about doing these in a pan, like toasting them in a cast iron pan or something. But that seems like a lot of effort when I can just put them in the oven, right? Seems unnecessary. So I'm going to do these in the oven. Are these cut? No, they're not. Oh, I love it. I love when the buns aren't cut. I genuinely love that because I always want the bottom to be a little thicker than it is when like the bakery cuts them. These are from everything that I'm using for dinner tonight came from Reading Terminal. Did everything come from Reading Terminal? Yeah, everything came from Reading Terminal Market. So this is a Reading Terminal meal. Should have worn my Reading Terminal hat and or shirt. Or talked about it more. I don't know. Whatever. They don't sponsor me, so it's fine. Shart says, how are the ingredients for this? I'm switching today's dinner from salmon and Cajun fettuccine to this. I love it. I mean, Cajun fettuccine also sounds really good. If I was like, when I made fettuccine instead, she would be like slightly disappointed, but also like it would be within the parameters of like allowable diversions. Thick bottom, right? Yeah, well, you gotta have a, it's the thick bottoms that make them good, you know, after all.
I'm a little worried about being a slut.
Anyway, I guess that sound drop paid is paying off already. Let's put the timer on those for 5 minutes. Have I done a cost analysis between Reading Terminal and a normal supermarket? I have not, like I have not, Liz, in a analytical way, like in a way where I actually like wrote stuff down and like thought about it, you know. What I will say is I think the Reading Terminal shopping is I know for produce, right? So things at Iovine Brothers, like the produce shop, I know definitively that their prices are cheaper than the grocery store. I think that for certain things, like I'm guessing that the salmon that I got was more than that same volume of salmon was more expensive than if I'd have bought that same poundage at the grocery. For things like chicken, I know that a whole chicken, the last time I looked at a whole chicken price in the Giant, it was about the same, except the pound, the volume, the price was the same, but the chickens at Reading Terminal are bigger, heavier. And I appreciate that things like cheese and like deli stuff, I instead of buying like a package of 10 slices, that's usually cheaper too. And usually like with the bacon, I was like, can I get whatever it was? I was like, I think I want to get like 10 slices of bacon. Can you just give me 10 slices? Like, I don't really care what the poundage of it is. So I appreciate being able to order sort of exactly what I need for cooking. So there's value in that to me. It's a different shopping experience. So some stuff is definitely cheaper. So I know that produce is cheaper by quite a bit. And like specialty meats and cheeses are going to be more expensive. I like Reading Terminal because I can go there and I know that like for this meal, I could get everything that I needed. I was specifically going there because I know that the seafood vendors there, like the salmon that they're getting, is probably better. I'm making an informed assumption that it's better quality and fresher than what I would get at the grocery store. And that's really the sort of the important part of the meal for me. You don't have a lot like a market shopping experience, just a variety of grocery. Yeah, it's and Reading Terminal, to be fair, Liz, is a tourist trap, generally speaking. But there's a difference. The tourists that shop at Reading Terminal go to the prepared food stalls. So, you know, they go to Beck's, they get a cheesesteak, you know, they shop in the center court area, which is all like prepared foods. The grocery aspect of Reading Terminal is not for tourists. Like it is, but like I was talking to the person at Iovine Brothers, the produce shop, yesterday, and I was like, hey, how was the flower show? Because the flower show just happened. And they were like, oh, it's fine. They were like, we don't get a lot of traffic from the flower show. It's just like people buying one apple. And I was like, okay, that tracks. So a lot of the folks don't, from a pricing perspective, there's a difference in like grocery vendors versus the prepared food vendors. Like I don't get prepared foods there, generally speaking. I got coleslaw there. For this meal, but otherwise it is a tourist trap, but also it's like there's really good actual grocers there that do like specific stuff. The butchers, butchers, seafood. Tourist trap places are like the pretzel place, the cheesesteak place. So there is a lot of that. And I would tell any tourist who comes to the city that you should go to Reading Terminal, even if you're not grocery shopping. Okay, so buns are in the oven. The brioche buns are in the oven. Caleb, I think I saw your chat. I don't think I responded to it. I'm glad that you can eat again too. That is satisfying. Eating is one of the joys of life, and not being able to do that is a great misfortune. I'm glad that you're back amongst the eating. Okay, I'm keeping on checking these buns. So they're toasted, they're looking good. I'm gonna turn the broiler on and then I'm gonna watch them. So, Liz, I would imagine that Pike Place is similar. I know from my experience working with Reading Terminal, they have a good relationship with Pike Place. Glenn, he's here. We have a friend over. They're in the living room. When I did some work for Reading Terminal in a past life, they had a big emphasis on marketing to locals to come grocery shop there. And it was like a big thing because, they have all these people who sell, like the cheese vendor, right? The cheese vendor is not selling to people who are there, like with their cameras walking around, like just looking for a place to get a cheesesteak, right? They subsist on people who are from the area who come in because they know that they can get like a bunch of good cheeses there, and they go there instead of like De Bruno Brothers in the Italian market. Right. Yeah, Liz, I think the farmers market could not substitute either. Here, and the same goes for here, because like, how many times have you seen me cook beans out of a can, right? Like I can't get that at the farmer's market. You can't get that at Reading Terminal now either, which I'm frustrated about, because you used to be able to go to Jonathan Best grocer and get like, pasta sauces and beans and things like that. And they closed during COVID, and they didn't ever find another vendor that did sort of like grocery stuff. So some of the other vendors have picked up the slack. The Head Nut, the bulk place does a couple canned things. There's some vendors there that do canned things, but they don't. It's not the same. So I still do go to a regular like big box grocery store regularly. The corner store does, yeah. The corner store would have those things. So supplementally, there are places to go that are local to me that I don't need to get to the grocery store, but also part of why I go to the regular grocery store, especially now, is because with doing recipe development, I want to shop at a store that's going to be the most normal grocery store I can get to. So like when I'm buying ingredients, like off the shelf types of ingredients, I'm trying to go to like a Giant, Acme, like a Fresh Grocer or something like that. I'm always trying to do like the most accessible grocery experience, because that's what I think the people who are looking at this website, who are reading and following these recipes, that's what they have access to. So that's sort of the motivating factor to go to the big grocery store for recipe development stuff. For something like this, I was like, I'm going to Reading Terminal because I want this to be like a special meal with good ingredients. I want to get the good brioche buns from the good bakery at Reading Terminal. I want to get, the freshest salmon I can get. I want to get like thick cut, good bacon. For the sauce, I want to get a nice yogurt and not like, no offense, Chobani. Whatever. Fall Guys, hello. When do you make meals with shit ingredients? Well, to be fair, I wouldn't call any of them shit ingredients, but a lot of what I'm doing, like I said, when I'm doing a recipe and I'm like working on something that is supposed to be broadly accessible, I'm going to use the most accessible ingredients. So usually like that's, stuff from the grocery store. It's not shit, but it's like the normal, I'm not using vegetable stock that I made myself. I'm using standard things that are recognizable and replicable. And yes, Liz, I definitely do store brand stuff. Yeah, store brand stuff for recipe development is definitely a pretty regular thing. No, Fall Guys take all day to make stuff. That's this meal, but I'm also, again, this is like, this is a meal request that was like, hey, make this special, make a nice thing. So that's what we're doing. Okay. We made the banana whip. We prepped the potatoes. We cut them. We boiled them. We fried them. We're cooling them. They have rested now for more than 30 minutes. We prepped the bacon. We prepped the sauce in the fridge. We prepped the salmon. That's also in the fridge. We prepped the tomato. We prepped the lettuce. We prepped the buns. Now we fry the fries a second time. So we're at the final couple stages here. So we did really well. Tina Nichols on YouTube, welcome in. I am in Philadelphia. We are in the city of Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. I was talking about Reading Terminal Market a few minutes ago. It's one of my favorite places to shop here in the city. Bellinus says not going to Williams-Sonoma or like Whole Foods or niche markets. No, I don't. I used to go to Whole Foods every once in a while. I don't anymore. I go to Reading Terminal and I go to a major grocery store. Liz says, from memory, I usually see brands I recognize in your kitchen. True. I do often try, what I try to grab when I'm doing development stuff is the least expensive large brand, if that makes sense. For a lot of bulk ingredients, if I don't buy them at Reading Terminal from like the Head Nut, those are like store brand stuff. That said, from Costco, I got like a 25-pound bag of flour recently. So we're going to be working through that for a little while. Caleb says a cookie dough made from cottage cheese, almond flour, and protein powder. Yum. That sounds fun. And Wegmans. Yeah, I do love Wegmans. I love Wegmans. I love Costco. Whole Foods equals whole paycheck. Right. And Whole Foods isn't all that special. Like, honestly, I feel like Whole Foods is fine, but I don't need all the things that they're offering. And I usually want stuff in a larger volume than what they have. The Wegman store brand is great. Fresh Grocer store brand is fine. Often if I'm getting like a stock, like stock is a thing that kind of comes to mind immediately. Like a boxed vegetable stock, like the Quart vegetable stock. That is something where I'll get a non-organic, not sodium-free, standard like College Inn or Swanson broth, like just the big brands, because that's what's available at most stores. So I try to, even though I don't call it out in the recipe, what I'm saying, I don't say like buy this type of Swanson broth or whatever. I usually try to consider what is going to be available to someone broadly throughout the country. And those are usually those big brand stuff. You do have to call them refries. They're refried fries. They're a little soft right now, but they're brown and they're looking good, honestly. Does Whole Food have more accessible pricing, Liz? I'm going to be dead honest with you. I haven't been to a Whole Foods since they were purchased by Amazon. So I don't know. You look like a Costco kind of girl. You have me pegged, Fallgeist. I am. And I love me some Costco. I don't go to Costco because I don't have a membership, but I order from them on Instacart because you don't need a membership. So it's kind of nice. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break here because I have my oil heating up and I have a bunch of stuff that's in the sink over here that needs to be taken care of. So I think we're going to take a quick break. We can play a Game Awards on stream or a few. during that time, I'm going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch because that's the move. When we're finished that 3-minute ad, I should be pretty well finished with what I need to do at the sink. I'm going to get the sheet pan cleaned off and the some stuff loaded into the dishwasher. When I'm finished that, my oil should be just about ready to fry again. So, Liz says we don't go because I don't go because ours is the worst parking lot. Yeah, there's one in Philly. I used to drive to one, and it was parking there was always fun. You had to pull like through a police station to get into the whole thing. It's very weird. It's like a very odd experience to go there. Frankly, it was like, why am I in the police station? And then all of a sudden you're in the Whole Foods. So kind of fun, kind of disturbing. All right. Okay, we're gonna do a 3-minute ad on Twitch and a game of words on stream, and then when we come back, we're going to do some deep frying. So get ready. If you are watching on Twitch and you don't want to hear the ad, you can hop on over to YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. If you're watching on YouTube, I appreciate your patience during the next couple minutes. We're going to be back in just a moment. Here is some words on stream. Wait, hold on. Let me move my camera because we'll do the sync camera while we're breaking here, so that you can see what's happening over at the sink. Yeah, Daisy's at the door. She's asking to go out. Calvin's going to let her out because he's literally in the living room. So, okay, here comes a game of words on stream. 3, 2, 1. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we'll be right back. All right.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
We're getting clean off these big dishes here. And I'm going to toss the sheet pan right in the oven because it's going to cool off, or it's going to dry off in there. My pro tip for sheet pans is putting them in the oven while the oven is hot. It will dry out all of the liquid that accumulates in the rolled edge, and it will keep them from rusting. It'll keep them fresh for a little longer. Fun little tip for you. So my oil is heating. The oil always takes longer than I think it will to heat up, which is like kind of annoying, but also kind of reasonable. I don't need it to heat up that fast, I suppose. All right, we're going to use that spatula again in just a moment, so good thing I washed it. It was needed. This pot in the oven too. So when I open the oven again, I can be surprised that there's dishes in it. Okay. So those things are in. Get my cutting board here. I got dish soap. We're cruising here. I just want to get the last of get these dishes out of the way. That way, when we are finished stream today, there's not a ton of stuff left. Okay. All right, Gwen is home now. Jamie, welcome in. Avo, hello. Good to see you. All right. Working through it. Almost finished. Almost finished with this round of dishes.
It's over!
All right. Hey, welcome back if you're on Twitch. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you hanging out during the ad break. I know they're not everyone's favorite. They're not really mine either, but I run them because I'm doing some dishes, and that's not as exciting. And also, I make money from them. Not enough money to be considered exciting, but honestly, it's not bad. So, you know, why not? Why not run some ads? We got a couple more guesses here. Get your last guesses in if you're playing words. If you're not, just hang out and we'll be back in just a few moments here. We're going to do some deep frying. We're getting our oil up to temperature. Again, it was still pretty hot when I put the pretty hot when I put everything when I put it back up, but not hot enough to fry in. All right, we're gonna do a couple knives in here. Where's my sponge? There it is. All right. Oh shoot. All right, I'll be back in a second. Here we go. I just got to rinse these 3 knives, and then we'll be back. And then we're gonna do some frying. Okay. Great. All right. Let's come on back over here. And we're ready to go. All right. We're almost ready to go. Our oil is at 310. I need it to be at 360. Go and ask, am I getting my salmon burgers today? Yes. And point of clarification, you want salmon sandwiches with large chunks of salmon, not ground up burger. Okay, good. That's my understanding, and that is exactly what we're having for dinner with bacon and a sauce. There's lettuce. The sauce has mayo in it. There's lettuce. I have some tomato for myself and Calvin. It's set aside. There's toasted brioche buns. There's also some coleslaw if you want that on the side or on the top of the sandwich. I don't know, but I'm making French fries. Here they are. I'm about to fry them again.
Way more information than I needed.
And so here we are. That's what we're having for dinner. He's not going to karate, so when I'm ready, we're just gonna I'm going to make a sandwich for myself. I'm going to show the stream, and then we're going to raid, and then I'm going to fry the salmon for you and Calvin separately after that, so that we have like hot, fresh salmon sandwiches ready to go. Okay? All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so a lot of potatoes, cool. We're using this recipe from Serious Eats. I've used it before. I've made these on stream before. Perfect thin and crispy French fries recipe. We are at step 3. Return oil to 400. Fry half of the potatoes until crisp and light golden brown. About 3.5 minutes. Adjusting heat to maintain a temperature of around 360 degrees. So what we need to do is put maybe a third of these fries into the oil. Once it's at 400, we're going to put it in. It's going to drop, and then once it drops, we will put that. We'll adjust. We'll make sure the temperature stays around 360. So I'm going to separate these fries into roughly 3 equal piles. Now we're going to do a small number first. We're going to do a small number so that I don't like overfill the oil. I don't want it to overflow. That's the goal. You need to do a pirouette for 360 degrees. Come on. Okay, that was kind of funny. I like that. That was a good dad joke. I'll take that one. All right, we're at 350 right now. I'm going to get myself a beverage. I'm I'm feeling parched in the moment. So while that continues to heat, I'm gonna find something back here. What do we got? We have Deschutes Black Butte, non-alcoholic something or other. This is a porter malt brew. We're gonna have an NA beer. Now, I don't drink alcohol, but I do love me like an NA situation, and this is a good like Guinness black sort of porter type thing. They're fine. Okay. 360. We're gonna get up to 400. We're getting there. We're getting there. So these are, there's a good amount of fries here. Is that a Black Butte? It is. It is. I thought, guys, this is their NA version. I have actually never had their version that has alcohol in it, so I can't tell you whether or not it's the same or better or worse. I know that it's probably a little different, but I don't know how different it is. See for reference, have never had the alcoholic version. All right, 370. We're almost there. We're going up. We're percolating up. Let's move my camera so we're ready to go. Oof, it is hot over here. It is hot. This is a warm stove. All right, that looks good. And I do not drink beer with alcohol in it. I do not drink Falgeist. I'm alcohol free. I'm almost completely sober, generally speaking. I don't drink. I don't drink. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke weed. Every once in a while. Every once in a while, we do a little something extra, though. But you know, otherwise we're pretty pretty sober. All right, 380. Let's get this ready. When I'm finished with this, we're gonna put this in a bowl. I'm gonna toss these with salt. So basically, immediately after finishing these, they grow in dirt. Yeah. Immediately after finishing these, we're talking about potatoes, right? Yeah, potatoes. Right, French fries. Okay, 390. I need a bigger bowl. I need to be able to toss some fry. That bowl is big enough to hold the fries. This bowl is big enough to toss them. Okay, let's come on over to the stove. We're gonna show the stove camera. There it is. Lovely. I don't need my compost bucket out anymore. That's not going to be necessary. Okay, so let's get the fries in here. I'm going to put the fries on the spider here, and then let me get my timer. And timer, and then salt. I want to get out and like nearer so that I can see it. So these say that they need to be in here for 3.5 minutes. Is that what it says? Yeah, 3.5 minutes. Okay, so 330. Okay, where'd the chat go? Where are you? There you are. Okay, sorry. I have a phone with the chat on it that I need to like move over. All right, we're at 398. Let's move. We're gonna put a bunch of fries in, and hold on, I'm gonna start the timer. Start. And here go our fries for their second fry. I can definitely add more fries than that. And I will. Yeah, I can actually add. That's about half of the fries right there. So I can probably get through this in two batches. I don't want to do more than that. That looks good right there. So it says to make sure the temperature of the oil is down to like 360. So it's dropping quickly. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave my burner on high until I see how far this drops. If it stops right around there, okay, it's still dropping a little bit below 350 or 360. So we're moving here. Hold on. There we go. There's a good view. Okay, I'm looking for these to be crisp and light golden brown. So it's about 3.5 minutes. So we're at 2.5 minutes right about now. So about 1 more minute here, and then these will be finished. My oil dropped down to 340, so I am just keeping it on high. I don't need it to be, I don't need to adjust the temperature. By the time these are finished, it might be back up to 360. It probably won't be. But these are looking really nice. And basically, as soon as these are done, we're going to put them in a big bowl and salt them. And I keep pressing them down so that they get underneath of the oil and completely submerged. Looking really good though. Okay, that is 3.5 minutes right there. So let's start taking these out because these look golden brown and they are definitely crisp. So come on, get out of there. What are we doing? Oh damn it, this one got stuck. Okay, it's fine. It'll come out as we work. Okay, so we're putting these into a big bowl. And we're going to let that oil just come back up to temp. There we go. Do I have a, oh, we got a hanger on back there. There we go. All right, now we're going to season these with a big pinch of salt. And I am going to also put a little bit of pepper on here because I like salt and pepper fries. And we're going to leave these in this bowl for a few minutes here. While this oil comes back up to temp, let's come on over. I'm going to leave those in the bowl for just a few moments. And then we're going to put them back on the same sheet pan. After I dump these in, we're going to put them back in the same sheet pan on some wire racks, and then pop those into the oven so that they are like, they stay warm, but are not sitting in their oil. Okay, so we are coming back up to temperature. I'm at 350. So we got a couple moments here. Again, if I was doing this as a bulk scenario where I was making like, you know, a whole bunch of these and prepping them, I would probably use a much larger pot to put these in. So I'm going to put these, it suggests putting them on a wire rack. So I am going to do that. We're going to take the ones that fall through. Now, all the fry shrapnel are the ones that are falling through here. Those can just sit on the sheet pan, and that's fine. Oh my fucking God, those are so good. These are unreasonably good. Homemade French fries. Good thing is you can eat as many of them as you want before anyone else in the family finds out that they're finished. Okay. Let's get those things out of the oven that I put in there to dry, so I can put the fries in. Now I have the oven at 170 degrees right now, so it's just like a warm oven. I'm gonna leave it open for just a moment here. Just for a moment, not that long, because it was hotter than that for a while. So I want some of the heat to come out of it before I put these in it. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was not deep frying for a while. I finished the fries. Now I'm frying them again.
Bye, man.
Bye. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Oil is at 380. Let's put these in the oven and get these. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, oil's at it's about 380. I'm gonna pop these in a moment. I'm doing these in 2 batches, so we'll put the second batch in its entirety. There's also a little less oil in here now than there was before, so I don't know if that helped. I'm sure that helped to have a little bit less oil for how high up the bubbles come when it cooks. But get it to 400 and then we'll be ready to go. We're waiting for the thing to come up to temperature. That's what we're doing. And as that's happening, I am being a little efficient and putting some things away in the kitchen because I'm trying not to leave an enormous mess, as I often do on days where we have a complicated meal such as this. All right, not that this is super complicated, but like deep frying always ends up being a little bit more intensive. There's like multiple sheet pans and pots and like stuff, you know. Sure, congrats on your 500th chat message. That was a lot of words that I couldn't say all at once. That was your 500th chat message. That was a cookie club entry. Cool. That should have pinged Discord. Did it? It did. Addie on YouTube, welcome in. Addie on YouTube, if you're watching on the horizontal stream, you might notice that your chats now appear in the overlay, the chat overlay. That's new. That's new. The first time that's happened on stream is today. Okay, let's come back over here to the stove. We're going to bang out the last of these French fries. These are the second fry for these. You'll see the oil is really moving around quite a bit in here. But this is good to go. We're gonna get these fries in. I'm just dumping them right out of the towel that they were in and starting the timer. And there we go. Okay, timer's going. Oil fries are going. We're moving forward. Clear these towels off the counter too. Got a bunch of old towels we don't need on the counter here. All right, but let's keep these kind of moving around. I do like the idea that you could freeze these and then just do like a couple batches of fries for dinner one night. Like that certainly makes this process a lot more I'd be more inclined to make my own fries like this. Because like from a cost perspective, we were talking about cost earlier. Like a bag of fries at the grocery store is far more expensive than like 5 potatoes. And obviously, you know, that you have to have the oil too. But like if you reuse your oil, it's not cost prohibitive. I'm curious what the ratio or what the balance would be. Oh, and this one, the vertical. Yeah. Do you like the vertical? We got a vertical feed. I'm gonna put the chat on the vertical right here. A horizontal chat right in the middle that scrolls across the middle of the screen. Similar to the one that Nutty has on the bottom of on the bottom of stream. I might just make it vertical over top of the bottom camera. Because on YouTube, if you have a chat overlay like that, and you just turn the actual chat off, it's nice to have it right there. All right, we got about a minute left on these, and then we can toss them with some salt and some pepper, and we'll be good to go. Looking good though. We're looking really nice. Now the temperature didn't drop as much for this batch. There was less fries in this batch than the first one. So about 20 seconds left. And these are also looking really great. All right, about to finish these up. I'm going to turn the heat off, turn my timer off. We're going to move this just to the side so you can see what I'm doing here. Yeah, on YouTube, the vertical is interesting. I started doing the vertical because YouTube lets you do a separate vertical feed, and they've since released a feature function. I guess it's a function that they'll automatically generate a vertical feed for you, but because you can send your own, I want to. And I've applied for the vertical, there's like a multi-stream beta program that Twitch has that I've applied for. to be able to send Twitch a vertical feed, but I haven't gotten in. I haven't like heard from them about it. So we're still waiting on that. But I set up the vertical feed in OBS using Atom, AITUM vertical, so that when I have the capacity to send it to Twitch, I'm ready to. And in the interim, I send it to YouTube because when I do that, I get more people watching on YouTube. More people watch for less time. Caretaker says cheese curds and gravy. Oh boy. Yeah, that is honestly a reasonable next step. Yeah, I'm not you're not wrong. But these are great. They're real crunchy. All right, those are excellent fries. Excellent fries. Very happy. Very happy with the end result. So we're gonna get these out of the oven. Dump these. Yeah, so Belinus was asking on YouTube about, not asking, but commenting that there's more than one scene for vertical. There is. Actually, one of the things that I love about Atom, again, AITUM vertical, or Atom, I use Atom for multi-streaming, so I use that to send the stream to YouTube, but I also use it to encode, to generate the vertical stream, because they have a separate plugin for vertical, and you can design separate scenes. You can design separate scenes in Atom. So, for example, indulge me for just a moment. So this scene on the vertical stream, on the horizontal stream, you have the things right here. On the vertical stream, they are right here on the bottom. So main camera, top, little things on the bottom. So like it I don't know, it's hard to describe. You'd have to watch it on, you'd have to go to YouTube and watch it. There's a link to that in the Twitch chat. But I love that it allows you to pull, you can link certain scenes together. So you can say like, hey, whenever I put this scene up in OBS, do this vertical scene. And you can have, you know, one scene in OBS linked to multiple vertical scenes. So you can create like one vertical scene, and you know, you have a variety of different stuff in the horizontal, but on the vertical it just stays the same. It's really, really nice to be able to do that. And I am at, you say I have a hard time multi-streaming. I'm at my limit. I'm at my limit for my computer with what I can do. Every time I add something to stream, I have to take something away. So for example, adding this chat down here to stream, I had to go back and pump more work into squeezing a little bit more out of my GPU and a little bit more out of my CPU, because I'm at the limit. I'm literally at the limit of what my computer can handle. So Tina says, I'm on YouTube. I like the vertical setup. I'm working. Tina, thank you. I appreciate that. I know that vertical is really important. I know that we get folks who watch on vertical on both Twitch and on YouTube. And I'm building functionality into the stream. So when we started doing more YouTube stuff, now we can have YouTube memberships. So I'm a YouTube partner now. We can have memberships on YouTube, which also means that I can offer things to YouTube members in the same way that I offer them on Twitch. For example, YouTube members can use sound commands just the same as Twitch subscribers can. So if you're on YouTube and you're a member and you put like, you know, command LOL in chat, it will make the sound on stream, just like it does on Twitch. So I've been working really hard to bring sort of feature parity to YouTube. And now I'm also going to work on like sort of my next goal, I guess. Not goal. Next thing that I'd like to do is the next thing I'd like to do is put a little bit more work into the what am I moving? I'm moving something. Shit. I'd like to put a little bit more work into the vertical layout in general. That's the goal. Okay. Vertical scenes, sources, overhead cam. Oh, there it is. I'm like, why is that not working? Sorry, I'm trying to move the camera. There we go. Speaking of, the camera wasn't aligned on the vertical one. Anyway, all right, here's what we've done today. We made banana whip. We've done potato prep. We cut them, we boiled them, we fried them, we cooled them, we rested them for a long time. We prepped the bacon, we prepped the sauce, we prepped the salmon, we prepped tomato, we prepped buns. We have fried the fries, not once, but twice. The fries are ready. They're resting in the oven. The buns are ready. They're over here. They feel nice. Next and last is the salmon. So we're going to cook the salmon. I'm going to do, I said this earlier, but the way that I'm going to do this today is we're going to do one finished product, like one sandwich that's done and ready to eat. Then I'll show that to y'all and we'll try it, and like we're going to assemble one and make sure it's good and worth eating. Then I'm going to we're gonna end the stream, and I'm going to do the next ones for my family because I want to make sure that they're ready to eat. And but first we're gonna do one. I'm gonna do one just to make sure I know how to do one, and that one turns out well. That's the goal. And then we'll do the others later. So we're going to use a 9-inch stainless steel. This is a 10-inch. A 10-inch stainless steel pan. We're going to preheat this on the stove a little bit so that it is mostly non-stick. Now, the more when you use these stainless steel pans, it's really important to preheat them because they are relatively non-stick if you let them come to temperature, like the whole pan. They're I don't know exactly why, to be perfectly honest, but the construction of them, I know there are like multiple layers, and if you don't preheat them and like get the whole thing heated up, it's very similar to cast iron in that way. You just have to make sure that the whole thing is hot all the way through. And then for something like fish, you can fry right in there. We'll do it skin side down first and let it sit for a little while. I'm probably going to fry it in some butter. I think that's the move. Butter and like a little bit of olive oil. Some salt and pepper on the top. And I don't know how, I don't pan fry salmon very, very often, / I don't remember if I've ever pan fried salmon. So we're going to try it and see how it goes. And then we'll adjust for the other ones. Got my fish spatula ready to go. I don't think I need these oven mitts anymore because the only thing that's in the oven are a sheet pan and a plate, and I can pull those out with a towel. That'll be fine. I'm getting ready to assemble too. So while that pan is preheating for a minute here, a few minutes, I think I'm finished with my fire extinguisher. I'm assuming that I won't need this again. Well, I didn't. Okay, let's roll that statement back. I did not need my fire extinguisher today. Yay. I'm assuming that I will not need it. We're going to put that away. Also going to put some dishes away. We're prepping. We're like, so if you, I struggle on stream to cook normally in the way that I would if I wasn't streaming. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is when I'm not streaming, I clean a lot as I'm going. So by the time I'm finished making dinner, there's nothing left on the counter. It's like done. Like things are wiped down, the dishes are done, you know, everything's often completely put away, right? Clean while you cook. That's like sort of the best advice. It's hard to do that while streaming because you're talking and doing other things. And also like, I don't want to be standing at the sink doing dishes all that much. So I don't. But we're doing a little of that as we go today. We've had some moments of waiting for things to happen, waiting for things to heat mostly. That's been the biggest thing today. So as that's happening, I am just putting things away. Currently, I have a bowl and the big bowl and the spider that I was using for frying over there. Everything else is pretty much clean and away though. I'm leaving the oil on the stove here to cool down. That's going to be done tomorrow. I'll filter that tomorrow. So fries are finished. Cooking the salmon is next. Let me get out some plates though. Now this feels like a round plate dinner. Do you feel that? Is there like, do you have certain energy or certain vibes for certain dishes and certain types of things that you cook in the house? Like there's some things that I make that I'm like, this is a square plate dinner. Like this has got to go on a square plate. And then other things where I'm like, this is a round plate dinner. We can't do this on a square plate. Like this has to be on a round plate. I think it has to do with the shape of the food that I'm making. And then maybe that's weird. Maybe that's a me thing, but if the food that I'm making is like round, burgers are a round plate meal always. Cause the burger, if it's on a bun, a round bun, like round plate, 100% of the time. I don't, maybe that's weird, but Sofa says I only have square plates. Well then, do you have specific size plates or other like patterned plates, things like that? Because that's also a thing. Okay. Oh wait, I didn't turn that camera on. Let's get a piece of salmon out here. So we're gonna get a larger piece of salmon because I want to sort of determine the top cooking time here. One pattern, different sizes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've got large square plates and small square plates, and there are specific meals that go on those plates. Darlene says, yes, it's a you problem. I believe that. Okay. Let's get a little butter in this pan. Come on over to the stove here for just a moment. We're going to take, oh, we're smoking. Okay, great. Hold on. Turn the fan on. Yeah, so I heated the pan up and it's pretty hot. We're going to put this butter in here. I'm taking it off the heat for a second. I'm going to pour just a little more olive oil in here to sort of temper the smoke. And we're not smoking anymore. Okay, good. But let's get that piece of salmon in here. So we're just going to drop this in. We're not going to drop it. It's very specifically. I'm going to place it into the pan with some chopsticks. Here we go. Sizzle, skin side down. And we'll let that cook. I don't know how long this is going to take. So I should probably start my timer. I'm just going to start a count up timer. And I'm not going to move this right now because it's skin side down. And I want it to cook enough to release the skin. What I am going to look for is how this looks from the side. So maybe we want to put it like that. I'm going to put this camera like that. There we go. Maybe like, actually. Now I want to see it cooking from up, from underneath. So for new dinnerware would be so nice. We use the same plates all the time, and I feel like it's like they just break. We're getting new dinnerware by attrition. Caretaker, you were smart. You were like in on the sales end of things. That's wise. You know what I should have done? I should have used that bacon. I say I should have, as if I couldn't do that right now. But the bacon fat I could put right in here. See how this salmon is like starting to cook? Like there's a line on the bottom of it here that is opaque. Just looking for that to be kind of everywhere. This hasn't quite finished yet. So I think I could probably get 2 of these pieces in here. And I'm thinking of just putting a lid on here. Because I feel like if I put a lid on it, it'll also steam from the top. So why don't we, oh, we released. Yeah, beautiful. So the skin gave way. And we're cooked about a third of the way up at this point. How's the heat on this thing? Oh, not bad. Nom noms, hello. So once this is about halfway up here, I'm going to flip this. And then we will, I don't think I need to put the lid on this. I think it could probably help, but it feels like it's fine without it. I have this at a medium right now, so it's not super hot. And I just kind of keep shaking it. Grace, welcome in. Now the back side of this, so this is like the chunky side. This is the thickest piece. The back side of this is almost cooked up into the top. So I think when this, you can see a little bit more how through the cook is here on the side, where it's starting to look opaque. When this is fully opaque underneath of that center line, I'm going to flip it. It's still a little bit pink down here in the bottom. And the other side of this is about the same. Grace, you have checked in 14 times, it says. I see it on the, I see it in my chat. Y'all, one of the things that I tried to update recently, and I literally could not get it to work, was the, like my check-ins counter. I could not get it to work. I've been unable to get it to function the way that I want. And I realized that's because of the way that I set up the check-ins initially. Like when I set them up, in April of 2023. I set them up in a way that was not optimal. And my goal at this point is I'm trying to work myself into a way to get the check-ins so that they are set up optimally, but also so that everyone's data converts over. Great, drive safe. Yeah, the data conversion is the most important part. I don't want to lose anything, but I also want to be able to use check-ins better moving forward. Okay, so this is coming along. We're just about to flip here. Yeah, let's flip. Okay, we ready? I'm gonna flip this. You know what I actually want to do? I want to get a set of chopsticks so this doesn't splatter. All right. So we got some left-handed chopstick action going. I'm gonna flip this. All right, we got some nice crispy salmon skin on the top here. And now we're gonna let this cook the rest of the way through. And this was the largest piece. So this is taking longer than the other pieces will take. We're also smoking quite a bit here. So I have the fan on high. I'm sorry if that's, if y'all can hear that, probably. This is getting good. So this is the angle I'm looking at here, because when this piece is cooked all the way through, you can see this sort of pink. It's cooked to here, and then it's starting to cook from the bottom. When this looks the same all the way vertically, I'll cook it for like 2 minutes more to make sure the inside is finished. Can't hear the salmon. Oh, you can't hear the fan. Okay. I was like, can't hear the salmon. So enjoy the swim lesson. I hope you have a lovely evening. We're going to temp this just to see where we're at right now. So on the inside of this, I'm still at 50 degrees. So we're still cold on the inside. We're not cooked all the way through, that's for sure. So I may pop a lid on this for a few minutes so that we retain our heat and sort of cook more like an oven and less like a pan. Yeah, it's just coming along. This is a nice big piece of fish though, so I'm expecting the other ones. The other ones are also like the thick piece of the fish, but we're a little bit smaller, just a touch smaller. How are we doing in the oven? Is everything staying warm? Had to check on those fries. All right. Looking good though. Sweating. It's sweating. I'm just keeping it in the middle. All right, we're up. We're up at. Oh yeah. Okay. We're going up in temp. It's going up in temp such that, like, yes, when this is finished, it'll probably be good internally too. All right. And again, we're making one right now, and I'm gonna finish this one and we'll assemble a sandwich and I'll sort of show y'all what we did today. And then I'm gonna finish the ones for dinner after stream, because I want to probably cook these all and serve them basically immediately so they don't get cold. And I don't want to put these fillets in the oven. But I love a stainless steel pan. No sticking whatsoever right now. This is all just super. This is exactly like a cast iron pan right now, just with no cast iron. Looking good. Okay. Let me I'm gonna take and put a lid on this and get a sandwich prepped and like ready to go. So I'm putting a little lid on that so it can like finish roasting. I have the rest of my fish ready to go over here, and my butter as well. Let me actually put this on the counter in the back. Temperature probe over there. It's been about 12 minutes or so for that salmon total. So it's about right on time for what I was expecting it to take, because it's a big old piece of salmon. All right, let me wash my hands here for a moment as we get ready to assemble a sandwich, or assemble a plate plus a sandwich on that plate. And okay. So we have turn the vent fan off there. All right. I'm gonna use this plate. That's good. Let's get out what I need to what I want to get out. We have our sauce and a bit of coleslaw. Fries are in the oven, so bacon. Oh, bacon is in the oven too. Right. I was like, what's the other thing? Let's get our buns together. All right, toasted brioche buns. We're going to do a big slather of sauce on the bun itself, because while it is toasted, I like the sauce on the bun. I think that that's my preferred scenario, both top and bottom. Equal opportunity bun saucing. I can leave that out. That'll be fine out here. Let me open this coleslaw too. Now, I don't remember if Glenn or Calvin like coleslaw, but I like coleslaw, so I got it because I wanted it. Let me try this and make sure this is decent. It is. Lovely. Versatile, right? Exactly. Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna get a piece of lettuce. I'm gonna put the lettuce on the bottom. Now the lettuce goes on the bottom because the lettuce is going to catch any additional liquid. I'm gonna do a big piece of tomato. I am gonna put a little bit of salt on the tomato now. Do a little bit of pepper on the tomato too. Bacon. Do a piece of bacon. This is for the bacon. So do a piece of bacon. We're going to cut that in half and lay that flat like that. And then this bacon fat can go in the refrigerator. So tomato, lettuce, bacon, sauce. Fries are going to go on the side. So let's put the fries on the side. Get a little towel. Where's my towel? And oh, here we go. Let's just get some fries. These are going to go on the side, thusly. And I'm going to put a little bit of this coleslaw in a ramekin. I was thinking of putting this on my actual sandwich because I love coleslaw on a sandwich, but I'm going to keep it on the side. We're going to default to our side. Okay, and we are ready to receive a big piece of salmon here. So let's come back over to our pan and check on how we're doing here. Beautiful. Okay, we're a little smoky, and that's good. Turn my thermometer on. Let's see what we're working with. How's our internal? All right, we're at 145 internally, which is pretty good. When I squeeze it, we got clear liquid coming out, so that is lovely. I think this is just about good. Open the flake on this a little bit and see. Yeah, we are good to go. That was 18 minutes worth of cooking, like just a few with the lid on. So let's take this off the stove. And we'll come on over here and put our big chunky piece of fish right there. Okay, I'm going to dump the oil out of this because it is smoky. No good. That is like dead butter. And I'm going to put the lid back on that pan. And we'll save that whole process for another minute or two from now. All right. Here's dinner tonight. Let me take a picture of this from the side because this is like a fucking honking sandwich. Wipe your lens. If you're taking a picture of anything, your food, your friends, anything, wipe your lens off and your pictures will look better than your friends. They'll look better than the pictures your friends take. Maybe it'll look better than your friends too. I don't know. But yeah, this is a big fucking burger. That is exactly what I wanted for dinner tonight. Oh, hopefully it's exactly what Gwen wanted for dinner tonight. I don't know, but we'll see. Here's what we made for dinner. If you are the food porn type of person, now's probably the time. This is a salmon burger or salmon sandwich. The salmon is a pan-seared salmon. It has a toasted brioche bun, pan-seared salmon. It has bib lettuce, tomato, thick cut hickory smoked bacon. It has a sauce with yogurt, Greek yogurt, mayonnaise, lemon, dill, and chipotle pepper. On the side, we have homemade double fried French fries and coleslaw that I did not make, but I'm going to happily eat. So, that's dinner. Just for reference, there's your cross section, or there's your burger look. Pretty happy with how that looks. Hopefully happy with how it turned out. Now it's going to be hot as hell when I bite into this. So let me take a moment with these fries. Not too long of a moment though, because I want to take a bite of that. Yeah, thick old bacon. It is. I like doing the thick bacon on this. I think that it's a better. I don't know, because the salmon's like kind of fatty, anyway. Like also fatty, you know. Okay, but let's. Oh, I'm gonna need a fork for that coleslaw. I already tried the coleslaw. Let's try this though. This looks, oh my God. How does one bite into this? I need to like unhinge my jaw. I need to press it. That's what I need to do. Just give it a little squeeze. There we go. Fuck. I should not have put that down. That is delicious. Well, that was definitely what I was hoping it was going to be. I'm very satisfied with that. Very satisfied with that. Oh my God. And the fries, that crispy thing. Dear Lord. All right. This is going to be good. I'm happy with this. I think the family's going to like this. And if they don't have very good taste. So, there's that. I like big chunks of salmon falling out of here too. You can eat with the fork right afterward. Okay, I gotta stop. I want to eat this with them. Well, I'm very satisfied. Turned out well. I didn't burn the salmon. The salmon's well cooked, not burnt. Skin's crispy. Bacon's soft. So good. I'm very happy with this. Fellas, I have enough for 4. I have enough for 4. I think I'm going to cook that piece. I'm going to cook that other piece of salmon. Whether or not I make it into a sandwich, I don't know. I'm going to cook it though, because I got it out and cut it. If I don't cook it, I might freeze it with the other ones. Jamie, I'm glad you got the cookies. Tina on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. If you are also on YouTube and you're hanging out, please feel free to hit the subscribe button. We like new subscriptions on YouTube. Always appreciated. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what we're gonna do tomorrow. So we'll be live again tomorrow, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Tidy Whitey's wello. Hello. Wello? Only Real, welcome in. Hello, hello. Do I acknowledge WWE superstar Roman Reigns? I would not know who Roman Reigns was if you showed me a picture of him that didn't have his name on it. Do I acknowledge that he exists? I'm going to acknowledge that he exists based on your request. But I am very deeply, deeply unfamiliar with who this person is. However, do I acknowledge that Roman Reigns exists? Sure. I believe you. Okay. Tomorrow, I'm hoping we're going to do an IRL stream. I may end up doing a kitchen cooking situation, but I don't know. My goal is to do an IRL. I don't know what that looks like though. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we might do an IRL that takes us just like walking around a little bit, like down into the city somewhere. Roman Reigns is hot. Well, let's look him up. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time.
I'm a little worried about being a slut.
Anyway, see, it's just sometimes I just think of the sound, you know. But we're gonna be walking around tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. I think it's supposed to be nice here in Philly. I think what we're gonna do is maybe walk up towards like the art museum and walk around in like the Fairmount area a little bit. If not, we'll figure somewhere else. We'll figure something else out. What I was thinking of was Calvin takes the bus to and from school, and I was thinking that maybe we could meet up with him on stream after he gets off of school, and then go somewhere like to get ice cream or something like that. So that might be fun. Come over to Old City. I mean, that's an option. We might could do that. I'm not sure. But Old City is great. We do often get down to Old City for exactly that purpose. So, okay. But we'll be live tomorrow at noon is the goal. I might be live a little later than that, as usual. It's normal for me to not be live when I say, when the schedule says, but I will be live tomorrow. The next live after that is going to be on Sunday. So we're doing a special Sunday stream this week. Sunday we'll be live in Providence, Rhode Island. We were there last year. We walked all around. Last year we went a bunch of places last year. I don't remember all where we went, which is one of the things I'm going to do tonight and tomorrow and like before the weekend is figure out where we're going to go and when we're in Providence. So I am but yeah, we'll be live in Providence on Sunday from about 11 a.m. until sometime around 4:30. So okay, Quilpy, welcome. Nice to see you. I'm glad you got the cookies. I'm glad that you liked them. That's also nice to hear. It's always nice to hear when people are like, I got the cookies, and you're like, and Not that like I need validation, but like I need validation. I like it and I thrive on it. I eat it up. It's so delicious. I'm glad you like the cookies. Liked it so much I ordered the cookbook. Amazing. That's great. They were garbage. Well, I hope you put the plastic wrapping in the garbage, or at least did something productive with it. I don't know what to raid today. I think I'd like to raid a music stream, honestly. Can we raid a music stream? Is that okay with y'all? It wasn't edible? No. No, I mean it is if you try hard enough. Maybe. Oh wait, Pauline. I know. Did we raid Pauline? I thought we raided Pauline at some point. Where? Hold on. Is Pauline on?
That actually. Oh.
Yeah. Let's go there. Good idea, Avo. I appreciate you. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for reminding me. So we have a new so I love a music streamer. I do love a music streamer. But I do also really love keeping it in the category. So we are going to raid a newish enough to me, food and drink streamer whose name is Pauline. Their name is Pauline OP on Twitch, and you'll see that in the raid message in just a moment. Let's do that. Here we go. What does it say that they're doing on stream today? Leftover lazy cooking and baking cookies. Jesus, if there's any stream that's a me-coded stream, like leftover cooking and cookies, okay. All right, we're gonna go there. Abu, thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate it. Let's hit start raid. Okay, so raid is started. We are goodbye messages are on. Raid messages are in chat, and we have some links, social media links in chat. For the folks on YouTube, we're going to end our stream here now. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. If you are watching on YouTube and you've enjoyed what you saw, if you hated what you saw and you want to tell me about it, you have to hit subscribe and wait 5 minutes. So hit subscribe now and you can tell me about it on the next stream. We're going to end the stream here on YouTube. Thank you for hanging out.